Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. I forgot to update the intro. Just one moment. Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Well, I'm off to a great start already. Been sitting here thinking, yeah, got everything done, check, check, everything set up right. And I made the intro. I just forgot to actually update OBS with it. Anyway, it's a good thing it doesn't take long. Welcome everyone into the SandBox. So far, we have Hunger Games 1989, Mozart, John Davis, and Jet. Welcome. Oh, there's John Martinez too. As always, please just give me some thumbs up if the audio and the visual is all okay. Speaking of visual, somebody once told me that I should never wear yellow eyeshadow. To that, I say, They didn't like how it looked in one of my videos. Oh well. Hello, Donald Smith. Ah, yeah, I don't know if it's a huge amount to go over today, because the way of new news that I normally cover, like, yes, there's a new pope, but I don't care. I care, hopefully he's a good person and can lead people in a good direction. That's really all I care about. Other than that, American, Italian, I don't care. And of course, lots is happening in the United States, but there's 50 other leftist channels covering all of that. But when it comes to Canadian news, there's not that much that is new. Like, there's updates to the election, to what's happening in Alberta, to Doug Ford being a completely horrendous person. But, so the updates within those stories are new news, but the story themselves are kind of continuations. But they're important to go over. Very important to go over. Hello, Trevor Borens. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm getting some thumbs up and A-OKs. Okay. Let's see. And how is everyone doing? Mozart says Pope Leo called for an end to all wars, so we can look forward to that happening soon. What's that? Popes don't control that, but they do control covering or punishing pedophile priests. Yeah. Yeah, there's no such thing as an innocent pope, because in order to be part of that institution, for the age requirement of, well, not the requirement, but the age of popes, by the time they're old enough to be a pope or be considered for a pope, they were in the system while it was still underground, everything that they were doing. So then they're all responsible. And the thing is that if they spoke up about it, spoke out against it way back when, then they wouldn't be in the position to become a pope right now. It's one of those. We'd have to wait several generations, I think, before there might be a pope that has an absolute clean slate going into the popery. Is that even what you call it? John Davis, yellow is your new color, Sandy. John Martinez, I dislike the lots of K's Catholic Church for what they did to my ancestors and continue to do with my people, but that's a convo people aren't ready to have. Yeah, Religious institutes, I'm not a fan of. Religious beliefs, have at it. Oh, but yeah, I've been busy with my other book. Got some events coming up about that. But speaking of my book, why don't, yeah, sure. Here's this book. Tell you what, if I get through everything in a timely manner, and I still have enough energy at the end, and I get like $50 worth of super chats during this live stream, I'll read part of this book that, I kind of want to read anyway. Yeah, there's also the other thing that I was going to cover last week, but I was waiting for certain people to show up in the SandBox, and one person wasn't there, and the other person that I was hoping to be there, at a minimum, there was other people that I was hoping to be there, and they were there, didn't show up until the very end. So if I don't see them in the SandBox today, I will reach out to the one person and ask if I can just make it into a video, because I have all the points already kind of written out. And so it wouldn't take much more for me to finish scripting it out. And I think it's important things to talk about, for sure, when it comes to, what it means to be racist as a white person, a white settler, versus somebody who's Indigenous. Because there's a lot of accusations that I saw going around the SandBox, and that's a need of like an actual conversation. It's not something that can be hashed out in the SandBox, because way too many miscommunications can happen with just limited character lengths, and you don't hear inflections. And as somebody who is autistic, I can tell you not having the right inflections on things can really mess up people's interpretation of what you're saying. So, yeah. Just kind of waiting for some people to kind of show up into the sandbox and show up to the stream before I get into the meat of the news. But I'm like dying to talk about this. Does anybody else watch Andor? Anyone? Anyone? Oh my God, that show. Wow. I feel like I just want to put up a blurb saying like, spoiler alerts talking about Andor. That show. Wow. Like, wow, wow. Just everything about it. I was concerned because the first season was amazing. Because it's not just the stories involved, it's everything about it. The acting, the sets, the costumes, just everything. The cinematography was spot on in the first season. I was worried that they wouldn't live up to that in the second season. Wow. They nailed it. They have nailed it so far. I'm very anxious that there's only one more set of it's the fourth trimester, quadmester. They're releasing it in 3 episode segments, and there's 4 of them. So I don't know what it wouldn't be a trimester then. It would be like a quadmester of 3 months. Or is it a trimester means that yeah, so the 4th trimester. Yes, that is the way. So the 4th trimester is coming out next week, and I'm like, I don't know how they can wrap it all up in just that time, because I know there's not going to be a 3rd season. So I'm super anxious about how they're going to end it. But do they ever take huge risks in this show? And they commit to the story, and again, just everything about it. Watching it, like even in the first 3 episodes, there's like freeze frames you just want to frame as art. It's so beautiful. And the acting, like you can hear so much emotion in their voices and like it totally blows me away. And then there's the story that just kind of like, wow. And to think that they filmed this, a while ago, and how it's just gut punching me right now because of everything else that's happening that just kind of mirrors all of that. And it's like, if this isn't a warning to people that it is so clear what's happening in our government systems, I don't know how else you can communicate it to people, but just some of the things that were happening in this episode and compared to what we know that's happening in the real world right now. And the thing is I don't think the people who made the series had to have like some sort of foresight for that. They were just following the logical progression of what's happening when it comes to fascism. And because there's a certain path it takes, a certain, what's the word? It's, like steps it takes, but that's not the word that I want. But there's a certain kind of way it goes about. And they were just kind of following that. And now we're seeing it being played out in real life too, in different ways. And it's just like, wow, wow. John Martinez, racism is a topic I've fought against all my life. The protest with my Indigenous group I attend, reading Malcolm X and various Chicago movements educated me on racism. Mozart, I don't have Disney anymore. Yeah, I do not recommend that you find a way to pirate it. Mozart, Rogue One, and Andor are the only worthy successors to the original trilogy. Foresight. Yeah, foresight. Yeah, like I like the Star Wars genre. And I was a kid when I saw the first trilogy. Of course, not in theaters, but they would like show up on TV around Christmas and stuff like that. So usually around Christmas, I would watch the first trilogy. And, it struck me a certain way as a kid. And, I didn't mind the other movies, like the prequel trilogy, I didn't mind that. I was actually kind of in love with Darth Maul. There's just something about him. Uh, and it's not like I find it horrendous stuff, but I do find that it's overdone, or they stopped caring about the story, and they only were making it about, what they think would sell. You know, it became much more corporate. And so then we have Rogue One and Andor, which has like a very strong controversial message in it, kind of like what the original trilogy had. And to be bold with it and to make it for adults, not for children, so that you can have these hard-hitting things. Because I've tried watching some of the cartoons that are out, and I can't, because they're for kids and the messaging is for kids, and I can't. I have a hard time sitting through it. Like if I was a kid watching like the Clone Wars and stuff like that, I could probably get through it. And so part of it is very frustrating in that in order to know all of the Star Wars canon, you should probably watch the rest of it, kind of like they've done in the Marvel Universe, which is annoying because I was watching other people talk about the episodes of Andor that have come out so far, and then they were making references to how this connects to the cartoon series Rebels and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, do I really have to watch that so that I know what they're talking about? But I also do like watching some of the people break down the episodes. Jesse Gender in particular, I love their breakdown of, the first season of Andor, and then as they're going, 3 episodes by 3 episodes, breaking it down. I really appreciate how they connect it to fascism and the resonance, and they also acknowledge things that the rest of the people I've seen breaking it down are men that they tend to overlook. So there's certain tropes and stuff, usually around women, that the men who are breaking down these episodes are like, oh, this struck my heart, or this and that and the other thing, and then totally buying into it. And meanwhile, Jesse Gender is like, so this trope. And so I found that super interesting, how they're able to see these other elements that these guys aren't seeing. But then there's one person who breaks it down. I don't know much about him. I've caught some of his shows from time to time. Oh, what's the name of his YouTube channel? But he's of Chinese descent, like American, but Chinese descent. And some of his breakdowns, especially around the first trimester of these series, I felt he could add a different perspective that, again, a lot of the other white men weren't adding. Let's see. But yeah, it's the series is just blowing me away. Like it's a beautiful series. The acting is just phenomenal. It's like they just got a bunch of people together that actually care about the overall story, the messaging, the people in it. Like they actually care to deliver a really good product, and it is just amazing. I think Rogue One is a great standalone movie, but I feel watching it going into A New Hope ruins Darth Vader's entrance in A New Hope. That's my only real nitpick. Fantastic film otherwise. John Martinez, Admiral Akbar was the only character I truly liked. Didn't care for Battlestar Galactica, but liked Star Trek. I really liked Battlestar Galactica. Because to me, that one felt very viscerally real. Like some of the decisions that had to be made, especially in the first attacks. Like the sacrifices, like the dynamics, the traumas that would be induced. Felt very human and real. I wish it didn't end the way it did, though. Oh my god, that was really bad. I really did not like that ending. Not at all. Just if you haven't seen the series, I don't want to do spoilers or anything, but do not watch the last 2 episodes and you'll be fine. And then there was also the interesting spin-off series Caprica that had actually some real good representation of non-monogamy, like a polyamorous family where if one person in the polycule had a child, then all of them viewed that as their child and stuff, which was, you don't see that type of representation of non-monogamy in media too often, so it was nice to actually see that. Let's see. Oh, John Martinez, you're talking about the first one, 2.0. Yeah, 2.0 is the one that I saw, and it's very visceral in some of what they go through. John Davis, I did not like Caprica at all. The story in it, yeah, kind of weak, but I do like some of the different representations of different aspects in it. But yeah. And if you watch Battlestar Galactica 2.0, be sure to watch the made-for-TV movie that comes about halfway through the season called Razor. That it's a hard watch because of what happens in it. But again, it's very viscerally human in what happens in it. So if you watch Battlestar Galactica, you have to make sure you watch Razor and watch it at the right point. Like there's an actual spot where you should be watching that movie. And I don't think a lot of the box sets of Battlestar Galactica include it, which to me would make a lot of sense if it's included, because it is part of the series. It's just a standalone movie in the series, but it's completely related to what happens in the series. But anyway, I'm like all talking about sci-fi because of Andor, because wow, that series. It's mind-blowing. And yeah. And I also have like a super busy week coming up, like really busy, mostly to do with my other book. But also on Wednesday, I will quite possibly be joining Blueprints of Disruption to talk about the NDP and where they should be going. And Blueprints of Disruption, they have their own podcast and they usually talk very much politics, and they're reformed NDPers, I guess you could say. So it'll be super interesting, and I will see about live streaming the conversation, like simulcasting it. I don't know how that's working out yet. Like, we've DM'd each other and said that it's going to happen, but there hasn't been a follow-up since. And I'm the type of person, I need like very specific confirmation that it's happening. It's not like, oh, we've set up a time. I need them to say, yes, we've set up a time. And also this live stream, I'm really it's getting under my skin how much I've been saying like lately. It happens when I'm talking to somebody else that uses it a lot, and then I end up using it a lot again, and I don't like using it a lot. So I'm going to try my best to consciously not use it, but usually I don't realize I've said it until after I've said it, which is super frustrating and annoying, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to not use like all the time. Hello, Ethan Beaver. Canadians who voted for more corruption, incompetent liberal are dumber than Americans. Let's see. Well, I don't. Mark Carney doesn't strike me as being incompetent. And if you want incompetence, you look no further than Danielle Smith and Doug Ford, because they are extraordinarily incompetent at actually doing what's best for the people in the provinces. And we'll be getting into that. But Mark Carney, he doesn't strike me as being incompetent. Will he have, all of Canadians' best interests in mind? I don't know. I don't know him well enough yet. partly because he wasn't a politician. I don't know what his record is. It's one of the things that I am cutting him a little bit more slack than if it was somebody who had been an MP, elected leader of the Liberals, and then got elected to be prime minister. Because there, it's like, okay, well, you were part of this party, and this party did blank and blank and blank, and you didn't speak out at the time, or you didn't push back. But Mark Carney kind of got a clean slate by sneaking in there. And part of the reason why he was so popular is because of his more conservative fiscal values, which is what I'm concerned about. You probably not so much, though. So it's hard to say how he's going to play out. All I know is that it's a lot better than Pierre Poilievre, who's so incompetent he couldn't even win his own riding. And talk about, merits, the way that they love to talk about merits. So he's parachuting into a riding that has over 80% voted for Conservative because, shuck darns, if his merits were really tested, he might not get elected in a different riding. He had to go for one of the most heavily voted in Conservative ridings because he's such a chicken shit about actually being up to par for what Conservatives want. And part of the reason why I think he lost his riding, and I'll be making a video specifically about the Conservatives, is that because he was running as the leader of the party, his riding actually got to learn who he was. Because before, they were just voting Conservative, blanks, like default Conservative, whoever was in their seat was there. But then once they got to know who he was, they're like, no, we can't. Wow, he's really horrible. So if he ends up running in Alberta in that 80% plus voting for Conservative riding, it'll be very interesting to see, because if it drops down to even 50%, he's got to go. As somebody who would be part of a party, if I saw a leader wreck that hard, I would not want him as leader. Now, selfishly, sure, keep him on as leader because he's horrible. Let's see. John Martinez, better to vote for corrupt liberal than right-wing Nazi fascist any day. Yeah, it's all about choosing the battle, because under Mark Carney, I'm fighting to improve things. I'm fighting to make sure that he's spending the money better, that he's not going to be as corrupt, that all of this sort of stuff. Whereas if Pierre Poilievre had been in power, my fight would have been to, make sure our rights aren't being rolled back. So it's a completely different fight, and I'd much rather the fight under the Liberal Party than the one I would have been having under the Conservative Party. Because we actually have a chance of making a difference with the Liberals in power, as much as I dislike them. Donald Smith. So the people who voted for Mark Carney wanted a strong man to stand up to Donald Trump. He seemed to get along well with Trump, quite well at the White House. I'll be touching on that a little bit. It's a very difficult position to be in, no doubt about it. And as just, cathartically, I would have loved to see Mark Carney just dismantle Trump to his face. That would have felt good. It wouldn't have played out well because of how petty Donald Trump is. And so you have to play this very, very delicate balance with Trump of not doing anything to really antagonize him while still pushing back. And it's not an easy balance to pull off. Because yes, cathartically, I would have loved to see someone more like Claudia Sheinbaum and what she did and how she stood up to him. But it's too late for the Liberals to do that because they didn't do it from the get-go. Justin Trudeau should have been much more strong against Donald Trump at the beginning, and then it'd be a completely different story than what it is now. And now that Donald Trump has really dug into this 51st state thing instead of it being crushed at the beginning. It's a difficult thing to balance because we're very vulnerable to the United States when it comes to any sort of force, economic force, societal force, military force. And it's hard to want to stand up to them, but knowing if you do, there's a very good chance that the person at the top is so unstable that it will have detrimental results in this country. So I do not envy the position that Mark Carney is in. I wish he had done a bit better, but I understand why he didn't. Let's leave it at that. How about? Let's see. Hello, Mudbuds. Hello, Soul Life. Ethan Beaver. Carney wrote a book about his carbon scheme, one in which he called Western civilization, i.e. Canadians, immoral. You don't care who you hurt if you think of people as immoral. I'd really have to know the context of what that is. I haven't read the book, and something like that I don't want to comment on unless I know the context, because there are some, when it comes to being moral or immoral, I find it very difficult to find one person or one group of people that is either or. It's a spectrum. I know some people hate it when you say things like that, but it is a spectrum. There's no one person that I can think of that is completely immoral about everything. And there's no one person that I can think of that is completely moral about something. And this country has absolutely done immoral things. There is no doubt about that. 100%. But it's also been moral in other areas. And does one erase the other? Not so much. You have to compartmentalize. You can't erase the good based on the bad, but you can't erase the bad based on the good. It's very complex. And so it would have to be done on a case-by-case situation. So what was Mark Carney talking about specifically? And I would need to actually read the paragraph, not just hear a couple lines, before I could really dive into whether I would agree with him on that particular subject. Hello, Emily French. Soul Life. Oh my God, I just cooked some chili mac and cheese and it was too hot to put on my plastic fork, and so I laid the fork on top and cooled down. I just went to check on a stick bug dove into it, but it bounced off the fork instead. A stink bug dove into. Oh. Actually, my dinner will be mac and cheese when I'm done. Leftover with a ground turkey in it. Miss Man, the world's strategy now is to just wait till the orange fart kicks it. That's a horrible strategy when it comes down to it, because the problem isn't Donald Trump. It's the system that led to Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump goes, somebody who is more stable and competent is going to be replacing him. So there is that element of, oh, what's the word? Like randomness, but that's not the word that I'm looking for. When you can't predict, unpredictability. Yeah, there's a certain element of unpredictability with how unstable Donald Trump is. But he's also not very competent in a lot of the things he does. So he can threaten a lot of things and not necessarily go through with it. And a lot of the horrible things that he has threatened and they have gone through isn't so much because of him, but it's because of the people lying in wait under him that are the ones that are kind of running the system underneath. And so should Donald Trump go away, one of those people will be stepping up to replace him. So it's not just a matter of one person, it's the entire system that has to come down, that we have to go up against. Oh, okay. Now people are talking about dinners and stuff, and I'm like, I shouldn't have started that. I should have just ignored those comments because I'm realizing I'm actually kind of hungry because I just had breakfast. I didn't really snack much in between. And normally I snack a lot more before going into a live stream. Maybe I should turn off the notifications on my phone.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
There we go. But actually, that's a notification I did want to know about. Let me just check something. Okay, yeah, that was actually something I was wondering about for this live stream, a follow-up from a guest that I had on the show earlier. Miss Man, his more competent replacement would need to have his charisma. One can hope such a combination doesn't come to be. Well, we have one of those combinations up here. It's called Doug Ford. And so, yeah, it's very destructive because everyone is still, oh, he's not conservative anymore because he got mad at Trump for the whole 51st state thing and the tariffs. And he's actually trying to work with the liberals. Take that aside, and he is very, very Trumpian. He was a huge fan of Trump up until he started threatening Ontario's business, which meant that was threatening the business buddies that he has. But all of the things he's doing is very, very Trumpian, and it's very, very detrimental to what's happening in this province. But he has that charisma. So we know what that person looks like. I can't think off the top of my head any Americans like that right now. So there is that. Who knows? Maybe Doug Ford will be like, you know what? Canada is small beans. I'm going to run for the Republican Party and become president of the United States. Make it your problem. We've actually exported enough right-wingers to your side of the border. You know, what's one more? What's one more? Hello, Bobby. Okay, I should probably like start getting into actual news so I don't dawdle along too much. Oh, because I'm getting distracted now because I'm actually starting to feel my hunger. I might need a break. But and I'm also, ADHD is kicking in because I have so many plans later this week that it's frying my brain and it can cause me to get distracted for planning those events, if that makes any sense. Like when I'm going where, what I'm going to say, how I'm going to present, will I have actual supplies on time, will I have the money? That's all like radiating my brain right now. And I could have had plans tomorrow night also with this, but I'm like, no, I need one night off this week. One night off because I'm so busy this week between my other secret book and events related to that, and this live streaming Wednesday night, plus some other things that I do outside of politics. And so it is like an insanely busy, but all the things that I'm busy with are very potentially enjoyable things to be doing. Like they're enjoyable events, going out and socializing and things of that sort. But I can get burnt out socializing too much. And even doing this, to some extent, this is socializing because I'm interacting with the SandBox and all that sort of stuff. So this is why usually after a live stream, I shut down and I need to decompress, like before I go to bed and things of that sort. So I'm hoping that I can handle it. Let's put it that way. That I can handle what's about to happen this week. All enjoyable things, but still very busy and around a lot of people. So we'll have to see how that goes. Huh. Jet people like Ford love Trump until Trump's bullshit affects them because he's doing the crap they want to be able to. Hunger Games 1989. We don't need any more right-wingers from Canada, Sandy. Yeah. And also, please go check out on my channel under the video tab. And it's also on the homepage. It's now the automatic video that plays at the top of my homepage, which if you're subscribed to my channel won't automatically play. But I just made a video yesterday talking about memberships for this channel and what you get if you become a member. Nothing extra, but I think I have a pretty good explanation as to what your membership does for this channel. And I made it into a relatively short video, and I didn't even have to do too many takes of it. So I was able to, get that video out in just a few hours, which was nice. It usually takes me a lot longer to do a video, as I'm sure people know by now. So please go check out that video and share it around so that people know why memberships for this channel is very valuable, even though they don't get a perk per se. Because I don't want anything about the SandBox to be an exclusive club. I want it to be inclusive. And that is of people living with poverty who may want to support my channel, but can't. Financially, anyway. You can always support my channel by just liking the videos, commenting under all the videos, sharing the videos, promoting my channel. Those are all wonderful ways of helping out my channel that doesn't cost a thing. But of all the lefty content creators out there, I feel like we need at least one where there's nothing behind a paywall. I know the Majority Report is pretty good about it. They can give out free memberships to people if you want to become a member. From what I've looked into, because I did try doing research on it, I'm unable to give out a free YouTube membership on my channel. Because if I could give out a free membership to people who can't afford it, that's one thing. But that's not a possibility on YouTube, unfortunately. So I want this to be open to everyone, no matter what, when it comes to content related to my channel. Sorry, my book is not included in that. So if I make the videos reading the chapters of my books and things of that sort, that is something extra, but I'll try to find a way of getting it to people who can't afford it. Things like I can make the playlist private, and then I would need an email so that you can open it type thing. Because, I want people to be involved and to feel like they're part of my community, because as far as I'm concerned, everyone who comes into the SandBox is part of this community. Everyone who's watching is part of this community. And I don't want anyone to feel like they're excluded from the conversation, or I'm going to talk about things that they won't necessarily know about because it's behind some paywall. I understand why other channels do it. I really do. But just given my background living with poverty currently and the way that I can't help but feel excluded at times, yeah, it is. I don't want that for the people watching my channel. So people's memberships helps to subsidize a community that is for everyone. Okay, we should probably actually get into the news. Bobby, how's the TYT video coming? Oh, I wish I could say I've gotten a lot of work done on it, but the election just ended in Canada, and I still need to get out the videos that are kind of recapping it. So there's going to be one about the Conservatives, one about the Liberals, one about the NDP. That's the priority. But since I'm so hyper busy this week, I don't know if I'll be able to get those videos out. And once that's off my plate, then really, because this upcoming week, it's the biggest push with my other book. So that's why it's so busy. And then after that, there'll be one-off events. So it's going to be at least another week before I can even start looking back at that video, and it's super, super frustrating because I'm not entirely sure TYT will still be around by the time I finish that video. And with all the work I've already put into it, like hours and hours, days worth of hours into it, it would just royally suck that by the time I get it out, it's no longer relevant. Like at all. Like I can't even make it relevant. I still might just do it and put it out there because fuck it, I've already put the energy into it. Oh. But I desperately want that off my plate because now that this other book is almost off my plate, once that TYT video is off my plate, then that means there's a certain freedom I'll feel that I'm no longer anchored down by these big projects. So I'll be able to do more artwork because there's a lot of artwork I want to do. I'll be able to start maybe making more content, like not a big video project, but more one-off content videos, short videos, or more live streams because I don't feel so bogged down and weighed down with everything else that I'm doing. And yeah, it's because even though I'm super busy this week, it's all in the evenings. So during the day, I'm going to be trying to get the scripts done for the NDP, the Conservatives and the Liberal videos that I want to do wrap-ups of. And so then hopefully I can record them all fairly quickly. I don't want them to be long videos. I want them to be relatively short. And hopefully I can get those out. So during the day, that's what I plan to do. And all the plans are good and dandy to have my brain. But again, all of the things that I'm doing in the evenings, it's very social heavy too, very interactive with people. And so I might be too drained to work on it, which is just so frustrating. I wish I was medicated for ADHD. Let's put it that way, that I could balance this out a bit better. So we'll see. We'll see. I so need to get it done. So Life, you can't even buy the viewers free memberships because you'll only get back 60% of your money at the end of the month. Yeah. Bobby, I really want to see it. You're putting all your heart into it. Yeah, let's just say, even if it's no longer relevant, I'm probably still going to put it up only because I have already put so much work into it. And there are important messages about leftist solidarity in there, regardless of what happens to TYT. Jet, I've seen people say Anna has basically dumped TYT for that new show she's doing. She doesn't strike me as the type to jump ship before she knows the other one floats. And there's a good chance that other show isn't going to float. So she doesn't strike me as the type that will, completely untether herself from TYT until she knows for sure that the other one is going to be a good place that will sustain her for the next 20 years. Okay. Should probably get into it. Should get into the news of the day. You know what? I haven't done this in a while. So I'm going to do this. And then we're going to get into the news.
Today in Canadian news.
Yes, today in Canada news. I'm so glad I found that soundbite. But first, we're going to be talking about some provincial stuff. So on my docket, it's mainly focused on Ontario and Alberta. And then it's another docket full of Alberta separatism stuff, full of chiefs saying no chance in hell, which is nice. The videos of them saying in very different ways, fuck you, Danielle, it's cathartic. It's kind of nice to feel. And then just a couple one-off stories, a couple things relating to the election, the federal election, and Donald Trump that won't be part of my other videos about the results. So, with all of that, talking Ontario. Like I said, Ontario. We didn't bypass all the Trump policies and rhetoric we were afraid of with Pierre Poilievre because he didn't get elected, because we have Doug Ford, whom I know I'm not the only one who has done this. I've caught David Dole doing it, where you totally mix up Donald Trump and Doug Ford, their names. It's just, for some reason, it's always, they're so interchangeable. And I've seen him accidentally do that too. And I know there's times when I've accidentally called Doug Donald. It doesn't help that I'm dyslexic. But here, you see, Doug Ford has been bad for a long time, pretty much ever since he got into office. And it's one of the things, like with climate change or like with the tariffs, because I was watching, I think, the Majority Report, and they had a Friday guest on. Oh, what's her name? She's a regular person who comes on to talk to Sam a lot for interviews. And she was saying things along the lines of, Americans have forgotten, they're not upset about the tariffs because the effects of the tariffs haven't actually hit them yet. So when it was first in the news and how horrible the tariffs would be, and, dread the tariffs, and then the tariffs come on. But there hasn't actually been that effect yet because all the corporations and stuff, they bought ahead of time. So the things that the tariffs are going to affect, you're not going to start feeling that for a few months later when they're all out of their current inventory. So a lot of Americans now think, well, the tariffs aren't so bad. It's bad. It's bad. And there's a lot of things that Doug Ford has done where it was in the news at the time that this would be terrible, but then a lot of people tend to forget because their immediate situation didn't change right away. And that's what happens with climate change. We hear how horrible climate change is, but today is a very nice day, so I don't see what the problem is. And by the time the effects really start to hit you, it's going to take so much effort and energy to turn that ship around, because no matter what we do, there's still that forward momentum that's going to happen. So even if Donald Trump were to fix all the tariffs right now and just say, you know what, tariffs were a bad idea, go and get rid of them, that forward momentum of what he did is still going. So there's still corporations, other countries that will be uneasy with doing business with the United States because they're too unpredictable. There's also all the inventory bought at those expensive rates that will be passed on to the consumers. And, this thing that corporations tend to do is that when they raise prices for whatever reason, even if the underlying cause of that price raise is taken out of the equation, the prices don't tend to go down. Funny how corporations do it. It's like, oh, well, we charged 100% extra on this item and people still bought it, so obviously they can afford to part with enough money, which is not the case, but they'll do that. So no matter what happens, there's this forward momentum. Things are going to get worse before they get better. And that is very frustrating for a lot of people. And the thing with Doug Ford is things were getting worse before Donald Trump was even on the stage. And it's only now, after years and years and years of him in power and dismantling all these systems, are we really starting to feel some of the effects of what he's been doing. So this is from CBC News. Cracks in Ontario's economy were starting to show before Trump's tariffs. Unemployment has been rising steadily in the province for the past 2 years. Only Newfoundland has higher jobless rates. And this is the other thing that conservatives in particular love to do, and that is distract from the issues that are affecting people's immediate well-being with other issues. Now, granted, the tariffs that Donald Trump is threatening is very real, and that actually needs to be dealt with. But while all the focus is there, a lot of these other things kind of go under the radar. Danielle Smith, prime example of that, we'll get into. With all the noise of back-to-back provincial and federal election campaigns, you'd be forgiven for not hearing the cracking sounds coming from Ontario's fragile economy since January, even before US President Donald Trump's tariffs began to bite. The unemployment rate in the province was 7.6% in January, 7.3% in February, and 7.5% in March. Statistics Canada reported the only province with higher unemployment rate right now is Newfoundland and Labrador. Ontario's real GDP grew by just 1.2% in 2024, Statistics Canada reported. The only provincial economy that grew more slowly last year was Manitoba's. Only 15% of businesses felt confident in the province's economy in February, down from 26% in December, according to a survey for the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. It all paints a picture of an economy that was already rather feeble, just as Trump's tariffs appeared poised to kneecap Ontario's export-oriented industries. Danielle Tisk, President and CEO of Ontario Chamber of Commerce, says roughly 2/3 of its business members expect to be affected negatively by U.S. tariffs. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of concern, Tisk said in an interview. You see them deferring decisions to expand, to invest, and to hire people, none of which are good things. Let's see. I wanted to skip through part of this. Down here. So unemployment rate hits 2014 levels. The tariffs are a major factor, Ford responded, ignoring the fact that unemployment has risen steadily for the past 2 years. But let's talk about since we've been elected, Ford continued. There's over 1 million more people working today than there was 7 years ago because we've created the climate and conditions for companies to come here and invest. Ford's figure about the increases since 2018 in the number of Ontarians working is accurate, but ignores the even greater growth in population of the would-be workers over the same period. This is one of those little tactics that politicians of all stripes love to do. Look at all the growth we've had. So, example, Justin Trudeau. We've ended all these boil water advisories in Indigenous communities. Look at how good we are. We've ended all of these. Without acknowledging all the new ones that were implemented under his watch. So it wasn't just, ending some, but new ones popped up, which, detracts from his bragging if he were to actually apply that together. And politicians of all stripes do this. They'll say a positive number without the context or the overall metrics. There's a word in my brain about this. How it's playing out. And it's very much cherry picking certain things to make them look good. But when you start adding in everything else, it's actually quite bad, because basically Doug Ford is just looking at raw numbers, not percentages of the population. So here, Statistics Canada figures show 7.2 million people employed in June 2018 when Ford's PCs were first elected, raising to 8.2 million in March of this year. The size of the labor force was 7.7 million in June and rose to 8.9 million by March. If Ford were to compare unemployment rates instead of just job numbers, the picture would not look so rosy. When he first became Premier, Ontario's unemployment rate was 5.9%. It's currently sitting at 7.5%. So again, he's like, we made 1 million more jobs. Also, what were the quality of those jobs? Just saying. But what's the unemployment rate? That is based on percentages. Another way to look at it, the unemployment rate in Ontario has now exceeded 7% for 8 consecutive months. Apart from the worst of the pandemic, the last time that happened in this province was 2014, way back when Kathleen Wynne was Premier and leading her Liberals to a majority election win. Why was Ontario's economy sluggish before tariffs? Armand Yell. An economist at the Atkinson Fellow on Futures Workers sees 3 key factors Ontario's economic sluggishness that all predates tariffs. She points to a decline in the tech sector, particularly when it comes to shedding jobs, the profound slowdown in construction, with interest rates surpassing people's ability to buy homes, and last year's drop in immigration numbers, a switch from how rapid population had previously helped fuel Ontario's economic growth. She's concerned about how layoffs in trade expose sectors such as the auto industry and will ripple through the economy. As people lose their jobs, they stop going out for dinner, they stop hanging out at bars and restaurants, and so consequently, the cascade effect into a hospitality sector will be very large, she said in an interview. So that's what I wanted to get to in that one. Let's see if there was anything more in that article. How about, yeah, she says she wants the government to focus on keeping down the costs of basics such as housing and childcare. She says the government has floated some very strange ideas about protecting Ontario's economy, such as framing Ford's idea of a tunnel under the 401 as a response to tariffs. We're not seeing an indication that they're being very serious about making life more affordable on the basics, she said. A $200 check just before the election isn't going to cut it in a trade war. Yeah, it's Ford's focus on the pomp and circumstance of, here's this tunnel we're going to do. That doesn't benefit the material needs of the people in the province. It's not even going to benefit the people who drive on the highway, because all it's going to do is get you stuck in a traffic jam underground. And that, if you're claustrophobic, not ideal. And then that also, again, also affects people who drive. How does a tunnel under the highway help somebody who relies on transit in their own town to get around and buy groceries? It doesn't. It doesn't help at all. And so instead of focusing on things that would help the everyday person, he's using these grand performance, budget things that he can use to distract from what's really going on. And he was someone that was always like, nobody's going to lose a job under me. I'm going to be the job maker. But again, remember what I was saying about the boil water advisories? How, Justin Trudeau got rid of some, but more came in. Well, Doug Ford may be bragging about, creating 1 million more jobs. But what about the jobs of people that are being lost directly because of his policies? So the beer store is closing, more stores across Ontario. Here's when and where. And this was due to the expansion of alcohol to convenience stores. The beer store has announced it will be closing 11 more locations across Ontario, including 2 in Toronto. So the LCBO, that was the liquor stores here in Ontario, and the beer stores, if you got a job in them, pretty decent jobs. Pretty good jobs, not jobs that are easily replaced. And since Doug Ford decided to expand alcohol, so not only are we not getting the money into our coffers that normally would have been in our coffers because those stores were provincially run, and the profits were going back to the province. Well, now those people who had those nice jobs are losing them because those stores are no longer sustainable. So in a release issued on Tuesday, the retailer said the Toronto stores located, we don't need to know those. This is the latest in a series of closure-related announcements that the retailer has made in April. The beer store said 4 stores would shutter by June 15th, including 2 in Toronto. Then back in March, the company confirmed 5 stores across southern and northern Ontario would close down by the end of April. By July 6th, a total of about 20 the beer store locations will be closed for good. The beer store is modernizing operations to meet the needs of the marketplace. This means making the difficult decision to close some stores. We know this will be disappointing to many customers and our valued employees, Ozzy Ahmed, Vice President of Retail, said in a release. It's unclear how many employees will be let go or if they will be moved to a nearby branch. For a lot of people, that's not doable. Can you get to that other location? Maybe they're working there because they can walk there or there's easy transit there. But if the next closest location is in a different city, you can't exactly be transferred there and still, viably keep your job. Ahmed said the retailer doesn't make the decision to close its stores lightly, adding the part of the beer store ongoing commitment to business sustainability and serving needs of our customers. So, other things that Doug Ford is doing that is just really going under the radar when it shouldn't be. Ontario plans to impose new planning rules on municipalities to boost housing. So all of that small government people love to claim that the Conservatives are all about. Yeah, not so much the case, because here's Doug Ford just saying, you know what, we're going to take away the ability of municipalities to decide what's best for their communities. Did I want to watch the video of this one? Remember, there's a couple where I want to watch the video because it gives all the information, and other ones where the video makes no sense. But here, the Ford government is again painting a gloomier picture of housing. So I think I wanted to watch this one.
Colin DeMello, Global News. After the fanfare of the fall economic statement comes the sober reality that the Ford government is falling behind on a major provincial promise. The latest government projections show housing starts are trending lower again. Instead of starting construction on 125,000 new homes this year, the government is forecasting 81,000. That's 8% lower than earlier this year.
When I read that economic statement yesterday, I thought, wow, they've given up. It reads like they've given up.
It's a situation that's only going to worsen. A variety of factors, from high interest rates to unaffordable prices, have left developers with sluggish pre-sales. The industry says by 2027, new construction could grind to a trickle.
No, I think what the government is forecasting in its fall economic statement reflects the market activity that we're seeing. Today's sales are tomorrow's starts, and today's sales are weak.
At Queen's Park, the province says it's not giving up on the goal of building 1.5 million homes by 2031.
I have a target, I'll meet that target, and I'll remove obstacles so that I reach that target. We will not fail on the goal of building 1.5 million homes.
They've already failed on every home building goal they've had. So what makes you think they're going to be successful going forward? They've had years and years and years to prove that they can meet their goals and failed. Yet people still voted him back in. Oh, it's so frustrating. And we're going to get into, it also matters what kind of homes you're building. And it seems to be this thing of large family homes that are mansion-sized or teeny tiny condos that nobody wants to live in. Where's the in-between?
But critics simply don't believe the government.
They're barely 50% of where they need to be. Paul Klendra can say whatever he wants. It is very clear he has no idea what he's talking about.
In the interim, the development industry believes massive tax breaks could reignite construction.
We do have a serious problem within the housing industry, and in my opinion, it really reflects the fact that the cost to build has got out of balance with the markets or the consumer's ability to pay for new homes.
And the Ford government says new policy is in the works.
We're seeing our municipal friends also say that they understand and recognize that they have to be a part of reducing the costs, eliminating red tape. I'm going to come forward with even more legislation that will help unlock that opportunity.
At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
So this is another one of those forward momentum problems that we have, because like they were saying, the housing starts are very, very low right now. So the idea that housing building is going to be happening in the near future, not very good, not very good. And that's something that we don't necessarily see the effects of right away. By the time we see those effects, it will be so much more difficult to improve the situation. But one thing I always want to impress on this channel is that no matter how bad it gets, and it's going to get worse, it can always, always be turned around. It's never hopeless to turn all of this around. But first you have to know what's happening. So here we have, talking about those teeny tiny places, Toronto's unsold condo rate has reached an incredible level. In Canada's, and this is from CP24, in Canada's largest housing market, the number of unsold condominiums keeps rising. You see, if all the empty homes were maybe, I don't know, bought up by the government and made into social housing, a lot of those people that are currently in tent encampments might actually have decent places to live. And these tiniest of tiny condos, as they say in this article, would actually be a very good transition point for people who are trying to get off the streets. Because here they have their own tiny home within a building that they can feel secure and safe in while they're working on getting their life back in order. And so these condos that aren't being sold, very, very ideal to just be bought up by the government and made into social housing for people who are currently struggling in encampments. So it has reached an incredible level, Ron Butler, principal broker at Butler Mortgage, told BNN Bloomberg in a Monday interview. We have about 1 full year's inventory and seems to continue up and up and up in terms of listings. There's really no sign that it's going to level off or there's going to be any reduction in the near term. Butler says there's been a severe overbuilding in Toronto condo market for a number of years, specifically when it comes to smaller units. The tiniest of tiny condos, Butler said. It's weird that a country like Canada, where there's been a consistent housing crisis for the last 10 years, that if you build a very bad product, people won't take it. It's as simple as that. Because these, well, I'll get down here and then I'll talk more about it. So Butler said many of the unsold condos in the market today are ones designed for investors or real estate speculators and are not practical for most families. They are roughly the size of a large hotel room, only meant to be rented out, and there's been simply a massive overbuilding of non-family units, he says, knowing that many of the condos for sale in Toronto currently are 500 square feet or less. So here was some of the problems in Toronto in particular when it comes to this sort of thing. Renting, so somebody would come in and buy these condos and rent them out. But renting it was too expensive because if all you could have was a minimum wage job in Toronto, it would not afford you to live in one of these rentable condos, because that's how bad the renting crisis is in Toronto. Well, then you also run into this problem of, maybe somebody is in their 20s, just finishing up university, has the money, seed money maybe from their parents to buy a place to live. To be locked into a mortgage on a condo that is this teeny tiny is bonkers, because what if you want to start a family? These aren't places that you can grow into. These aren't homes, like family homes, where you can see yourself in for the next 15, 20 years, the rest of your life. These are only temporary stops, so why invest your money into something like that when if you wait a little longer, maybe build up a little bit more seed money, you might eventually be able to buy a house. These teeny tiny condos in Toronto are absolutely pointless because nobody wanted to live there. Yet they were built like crazy because all the investors saw were dollar signs. Like, oh, if we pack more units into one of these buildings by making them smaller, then that means more people can rent and we'll make more money. That was their theory. The problem is that they did this so much, they ran out of people who could afford to rent. And now they're left with a massive surplus. It's not like, this is one of those things. They're making the product in hope of the demand, as opposed to making the product as a result of demand. Doesn't really work out in their favor too much. Butler said that in Toronto, there is now roughly 30% failure rate for condo closings, meaning many buyers are simply walking away from their pre-construction deposits. Some of those people will be litigated, but developers let the rest of the condo units close, and then a few months later, they start to sell the other units that didn't close at a substantial discount into a weak market with more and more inventory pouring in all the time, he said. Butler noted that condo market trouble isn't just contained in Toronto, and that markets in BC and Alberta are also showing signs of weakness. In Surrey, BC, the market is full of pricing errors, he argued. When you're looking 5 or 6 years into the future and saying, yes, I believe that the new price will be X 6 years from now, and it's nowhere near X, you run into severe problems, says Butler, because there's stuff just down the road selling for 25% less. So how do you justify that extremely high price? It just doesn't work. And then talking about some other places. And speaking of housing, this is from Diana Chan McNally. Want to send a message to Ford Nation, Doug Ford, and Ontario government. Help us tell them that Ontario needs housing, not punishment. That we want a government that protects us from Trump instead of acting like Trump. And so those condos could easily be made into housing, affordable housing, socialized housing. And one of the good things about that is it's sprinkled throughout the community too. So you don't develop where here's one low income building that then gets stigmatized, and the people who own the building might not look after it as much because the renters aren't making as much money. It's usually a good idea to have these low income units throughout the community so that there's more exposure to people that are living with poverty, because a lot of people live in their own gated communities in a way, and they don't get to know people who are struggling with poverty. They don't know what they look like. People don't think I'm struggling with poverty when they see me. And so they don't receive that humanization that's needed to be more accepting within communities. And so I like the idea of having them throughout the community as opposed to here's one building designated for that. That said, there's also places where small communities need to be built for people who are unhoused, because part of the reason why a lot of people will go back to these encampments is because of the community they've made with each other, their neighbors within the encampment, the supports they have, like emotional support looking after your belongings when you're not there, if you need help with something, somebody who can relate to your situation. So they have all of those supports and that bonding within that community, where a lot of the times when they're forced out of those encampments and told here's a hotel room for you to go into, they're then completely cut off from all of those supports, which is not helpful at all. So there needs to be a mix of areas where you're sprinkling these low-cost housing units all over the place, but then also places where there's an availability to build your own community again, to have those supports and networks around you. So Diane Chan McNally had quote tweeted herself, and this was the other tweet. Today, I released a letter signed by 67 organizations working across Ontario asking Ford to rescind Bill 6. We can't adopt Trumpian policies to punish encampment people. Need proven solutions, especially housing. Read our letter, and this is the letter. So rescind Bill 6 and protect Ontarians. Bill 6, introduced by Premier Doug Ford, treats homeless people like criminals. It proposes 6 months of jail time and an impossible $10,000 fine for homeless people living outdoors. Homeless people don't need to be punished. They need affordable housing, especially when Trump's unpredictable tariffs continue to threaten the economy. Putting homeless people in jail is a failed American policy endorsed by Donald Trump. With Trump making life harder and more precarious for Ontarians, including putting them at risk of job losses and homelessness, we are copying his disastrous policies. They don't work, and they hurt people and lead to massive increased taxes to pay for policing and prisons. They do nothing to reduce or end homelessness, but they do cost taxpayers over $130,000 a year for every single homeless person who's put into jail. Let the government know, rescind Bill 6, uphold people's human rights, protect Ontario, don't punish them. And so I will toss this into the sandbox for everyone. So that you can fill that out. So, a little bit more on how Doug Ford is failing Ontario. Ontario Health Minister defends province's approach amid worsening measles outbreak. Yes, it's worse here in Canada than the United States, but you wouldn't know that by watching a lot of American news because, you know, they only focus on Americans. Like, this is one of those opportunities they have to be like, so much worse in Canada. Look at their socialized, their communist country and how poorly they're failing. Like, this is one of those times when they can actually point to us and be like, they're worse. So I believe this is one of the videos I wanted to watch.
Amid a rapidly growing measles outbreak in Ontario comes acknowledgement from the Ford government.
Look, there's no doubt that there are outbreaks in certain communities.
But the government is facing mounting questions about its handling of those outbreaks. Ontario has seen more than 1,200 cases of measles since October. At least 63 children have been hospitalized.
I don't know why the government is allowing this to happen. They need to get out there and be proactive. They need to invest in public health, and they need to put in place a real plan to address this.
The Premier says the government has 150,000 vaccines on hand and has spent $2 million on an advertising campaign to drive up vaccinations in reluctant populations.
We just have to get those communities to get vaccinated, and for religious reasons, they don't want to. That's a problem. You got to protect all of Ontario. You can't just ignore one community.
But critics say the cases are still piling up, with 223 new infections.
Sorry, I got distracted by the SandBox. And I think that was the part that I wanted to comment on. So I just have to backtrack a bit.
Vaccinated, and for religious
Vaccinations in reluctant populations.
we just have to get those communities to get vaccinated, and for religious reasons, they don't want to.
Okay, yeah, I did want to comment on this part because somebody very smart on Twitter did point out, has there been a drastic increase in religiosity recently? Like, have people just suddenly become so much more religious in the last little while? No, it's actually the opposite. People are becoming less religious. So to blame this on people's religions is an absolute cop-out of an excuse from Doug Ford. Because there hasn't been such a drastic increase in religious beliefs in this country that can correspond to the amount of people not vaccinating their children. It is a different culture. Most of it was, created during COVID. And who was in government in this province during COVID? Right, it was the Ford government. So this is another massive failure on the Ford government's list of failures because it's the culture he created, the anti-vax culture that he contributed to with his policies and what he's done and the way he wasn't speaking out earlier in encouraging people to get vaccinated and making ease of vaccination easier and all of this sort of stuff. This is his failure, 100%. Full stop. Do not try to blame this on religious people. Because there's lots of other religious people across the country. Other provinces aren't nearly as bad as Ontario.
That's a problem. You got to protect all of Ontario. You can't just ignore one community.
But critics say the cases are still piling up, with 223 new infections last week. They charge that top health officials have been silent.
I would like some accountability from Dr. Moore on why measles rates are spreading so rampantly right across this province, where other provinces have it under control, and for goodness sakes, the entire United States of America have fewer cases than we do.
Despite the criticism, the government claims its strategy is working.
I know that
Only it's not working. You can't just sit there and will this working into existence. That's not how it works. You can't just say, yeah, it's working. Well, the cases are increasing drastically. Like, this government, Ford's government, is just so bad when it comes to gaslighting.
Moore's work is making a difference because he is focusing on the public health units that are experiencing those outbreaks and ensuring they have the support they need.
At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
Now, a little bit more relating to Ontario and some of the horrible scandals that are happening here that isn't necessarily Doug Ford centric. So, Adam Vaughan used to be an MP in Ontario and also a former city councillor in Toronto. And he used to be a very big critic of Doug Ford. Funny thing, he's suddenly become an outspoken advocate for the luxury spa that's going to cost billions of dollars of taxpayer money that nobody wants. So getting rid of the public Ontario place that was a family destination, one that people enjoyed for generations, gone for a fucking spa from a foreign company that's going to be profiting off of it. That's going to cost the taxpayers billions of dollars. And this guy who used to be like, ooh, Doug Ford bad, suddenly for some reason has done a complete about face on it. So, former city councillor and ex-MP Adam Vaughan, long one of the sharpest critics of Doug Ford's plans for Toronto's waterfront, is now working for Therm Canada, the company developing a luxury spa at Ontario Place. Ah, so that's how you get rid of some of your critics. You hire them, so they become reliant on you for a paycheck. So you pay for them to shut up and play nice. Okay. Well, in that case, I think, Doug Ford's government totally needs to hire me. That would so work on me. If Doug Ford decided to give me lots of money to work for him, I would totally shut up about him then. You know what? Some people can't be bought. I will gladly take the money, but I'm not going to be shutting up. As I say, all these right-wing beneficiaries out there who like to buy a lot of leftist commentators to push them to the right or something of that sort, they are more than welcome to give me their money. But that return in investment, let's just say they're going to want their money back. Yes, give me more money so that I can be more vocal about how much you suck. In an interview with CBC News, Vaughan revealed that he has been hired as a senior advisor to Therm, the Austrian company granted a 95-year lease to build a destination spa and indoor water park on the West Island of Ontario Place, the provincially owned site on the city's lakeshore. Vaughan described his job with Therm as speaking to the public about what an incredible project it is, and heaped praise on Ontario's premier for the overall vision. This is a good I'd be the first person to criticize Doug Ford if I thought he was doing a bad thing in Toronto, Vaughan told CBC News. This is a good project, and I'm totally, wholeheartedly in support of it. Now that I'm getting paid lots of money to say this. When new facts and new ideas and new monies are given to me, and more importantly, great ideas appear on the waterfront, I'll be the first to champion them every single time. As recently as 2019, when he was still the Liberal MP for Trinity Spadina, Vaughan made a statement in the House of Commons criticizing the plans Ford was floating for Ontario Place and said the provincial government had put a for sale sign on its site. Vaughan went on to say that Ford's progressive conservatives were talking about a mall or worse, a casino on the waterfront. What a waste, what a terrible deficit of imagination. The people of Ontario, the folks of our city, the Toronto Liberal Caucus want to keep Ontario Place public space. It's a blend of paid attractions, ours being one of them, but it's also an amazing... So when CBC News showed Vaughan the statement during his interview, he responded, "They abandoned the idea of a casino. They're not building a mall. What they're building is a park." A spa. They're building a spa. Because that's what families want to do together, is go to a spa. It's a blend of paid attractions, ours being one of them, but it's also an amazing set of new green spaces at the expense of the forest that they have already cut down right before winter, displacing lots of wildlife, most likely leading to their death over winter because all of their habitat was destroyed. But new green spaces, it's too late for those animals. With restored habitat and beaches that you don't need hiking boots to get to, he said. Beaches that you need hiking boots to get to are kind of awesome. I don't need to go into the details of this because I've covered this ad nauseum on my channel, and I'm sure it will come up again. But just a little bit more on this. Jen here is just saying taxpayers are on the hook for $2 billion of a private spa run by a foreign company that misrepresented itself. There's nothing good about this. And she's quote tweeting Adam Vaughan saying, thrilled to join Therm Canada's senior advisor as a lifelong waterfront public space advocate. I'm proud to help revitalize Ontario Place West Island into a year-round family destination with a 16-acre park and beach. Yeah. I wonder how much he cost Therm Spa to do this. His complete about face, because Sam Hirsch is also just tweeting out this. Folks, I present to you Adam Vaughan, one of the biggest sellouts of all time. So this is from February 2019. Today I spoke at the House. Importance of keeping Ontario Place family-friendly and open to Torontonians. Ontario Place is first and foremost place for people, not casinos and cash grabs. And now, here's today. Look who's the new senior advisor to Therm Spa and developer of Ontario Place, Adam Vaughan. Just a complete sellout. This is why it's so hard to trust politicians, and this is why you shouldn't. Because not all politicians are in there for the benefit of the people. They're in there for the benefit of themselves. And far more politicians are doing the right thing. Like far more politicians than we think are only doing the right thing because they feel that's the best way that they're going to get ahead versus them having a moral compass saying it's the right thing to do. And the instant something else appears to them where they feel like they can get ahead with it, they will turn in that direction. And then another way that Doug Ford is just being a complete dick. This is from CBC News. They're putting the First Nations history at risk, says Northern Ontario archaeologist about Bill 5. A new proposed omnibus bill in Ontario meant to speed up development could lead to fewer archaeological assignments. Also, I covered this in the last stream. This is going to be an absolute detriment to the environment. Because it's just no more assessments, nothing. Just let's cut all that red tape so we can develop over this precious, precious land. An archaeologist from Northern Ontario says he's concerned about a new provincial legislation that could exempt some archaeological requirements for certain developments in an effort to build faster. Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced Bill 5, also known as the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Such always 1984 language and all this sort of bullshit at the Toronto Stock, whatever. The provincial government says the omnibus bill would cut red tape and duplicative process that have held back major infrastructure, mining, and resource development projects. The maze of bureaucracy, red tape, and duplicative processes holding back our economy means that a single mining project can take 15 years to be approved. Good. There's a reason why you need to go through these processes. Good. Could some of these things be cut back? Sure, probably. Not all of them. They're there for reasons. They're checks and balances, and we need them. In the face of our current Ontario-U.S. trade tensions, it can no longer be business as usual. We are cutting the red tape, blah, 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 blah. The bill has already drawn criticism from environmental groups, which I touched on. So here, Ryan Primrose, a senior archaeologist with Woodland Heritage Northeast in New Liskeard, said the legislation would also make it easier for the province to bypass archaeological work, which he says is of great importance for Indigenous people. My concern is the archaeological sites are history books of First Nations people, Primrose says, and without having process to evaluate the land to identify archaeological sites, then they're putting the First Nations history at risk of potential discovery and learning from it, as well as protecting those sites. There is already a movement of save the evidence when it comes to like residential schools and things, to make sure that the government doesn't bury the atrocities that it committed. One of the things that this government is very, very guilty of and responsible for is erasing Indigenous history. There's probably bands of Indigenous people that were just completely erased from history that we don't even know about. To now say, you know what? We're just going to erase more of their history so blatantly, when they are struggling to piece back together a lot of their, Indigenous peoples are trying to piece back together what their culture was. Because a lot of traditions, a lot of things they used to believe and do, and ceremonies were erased because of the actions of this government. And so to find a piece of land that might have anything that could help build on their knowledge of their own culture, and to then just pave over it for development is disgusting. And this Doug Ford is responsible for further erasure of the cultures of Indigenous peoples because of this. So let's see. So Primrose says that currently certain projects require an archaeological assessment before construction begins. The proposed legislation, though, would allow the Ontario government to exempt projects from undergoing archaeological assessments. Primrose says the archaeological assessments generally don't add much time to the project timelines and are important for protecting First Nations history. He says the biggest bottleneck, in his view, is at Ontario's Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, which is responsible for reviewing reports from archaeologists. Primrose says the ministry is understaffed, which leads to delays in evaluating archaeological reports. I think if the province really wanted to do something effective, they would appropriately fund the ministry so that they could do their jobs, he said. Okay. Then, so one more story about Ontario that leads into Alberta. So before we get to that, why don't we take a break from me reading these articles and I will check the SandBox. The thing about curly hair is you don't necessarily get to determine what it decides it wants to do. And so I'm like trying to think, like, does this look okay when it's just kind of in front of my face like this? Or should I like pull it back? Because it seems kind of out of place. But I don't necessarily get to dictate what my hair will do. When you have curly hair, it's kind of like it's its own thing. And also the curls are very crispy today, so I'm going to be playing with them a lot. Now let's check the SandBox. Okay. Donald Ford and Doug Trump. Yep. Donald Smith. If 44% of Canadians voted for Mark Carney and 41% for Pierre, and if Mark is moving towards the center from the left, not a chance that the NDP support holds. A lot of people who voted for Mark Carney, it wasn't because they wanted him, they just didn't want the Conservatives in. The NDP has a chance to completely rebuild their party and go back to its more socialist roots. And if it did that, I think they would stand a much better chance of actually gaining ground, because a lot of people in Canada don't want the Liberals. They just rather have the Liberals. But they weren't voting for them because of any sort of enthusiasm. And if the NDP came out and were boldly progressive, then that might actually be a party people want to vote for. And so they have a chance of turning it around. When I cover the NDP in my video about the recap of the election, the likelihood of them going that way without external pressure is very unlikely because of the executive within that is holding the party back. Okay. So, we've also had a lot more people join into the sandbox. Hello, BCat. Sheridan Forbes are Albertans welcomed on this channel. I would say so. Just, you know, no slurs, no harassment, no name calling. And then Soul Life just said it depends. And Sheridan, no problem, brother. Thank you for your time and service. If we aren't welcome here, I will leave. Take care and may God bless. You're welcome here, but yeah, you're welcome to watch, have your opinions, make comments. Just no harassment, no slurs, no name calling, no attacking. But if somebody says it depends and you automatically think that somehow that applies to you not being an ideal fit, that's a you problem that maybe you want to look into. Let's see. Hello, Emily French. God, some failed policies that have never worked before do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That is our governments in a nutshell. Well, they are working, just not for the people. They're working for the people that they're working for, which is, corporations and wealthy. That's why they keep on doing it. Rob Moffat, Canada no longer strong nor free. Canada life in a banana republic. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, because this country is definitely not to that level. Soul Life, the only people the U.S. cares about are the billionaires, politicians. They hand billionaires billions of our tax dollars in exchange for a few grand. Somebody worried about somebody not streaming? Some people not seeing some people on here recently. Yeah, I often wonder what happens to people, but, sometimes it's just life. Especially going into summer, we're probably going to have a lot of people drop out of streaming and stuff because it's a very beautiful day here that people might actually want to get out and get some sunshine. But, I always hope that people are doing well. B-Cat, Sandy, you're looking lovely today. Orange is a nice color on you. Why, thank you. Hunger Games 1989. I see yellow eyeshadow, which looks beautiful on Sandy, and I see her wearing orange shirt, which looks amazing on Sandy as well. Why, thank you. Thought I'd just chime in with what color eyeshadow and shirt Sandy is wearing. Yeah, I had yellow eyeshadow on for one of my videos that I made about TYT, actually. And somebody was saying, ooh, yellow eyeshadow on you, not good look. And I'm like, actually, I like the contrast between my eye color and the eyeshadow sometimes. So I'll wear yellow eyeshadow when I want to. I don't let other people dictate the type of makeup I wear. Let's see. Yeah, Looney Tunes isn't here either. And I was hoping to get maybe a bigger crowd today because the Vanguard is not streaming right now. Let's see. Hello. Somebody just jumped into the SandBox. Hermatologist. It jumped. Okay. B-Cat crunchy curls are fun to scrunch, yeah. Hello, Bo Zed. Marty, we are stronger and more free than Americans. I am very grateful to be living on this side of the border. Hunger Games 1989. Gross. The sun outside. Blah. Yeah. I'm not a sun worshiper myself. The idea of just going onto a beach and sitting there in the sun has zero appeal to me. It has like actually negative appeal to me. I'd rather be walking around the beach taking pictures if I'm going to be on a beach. Okay, why don't I get back into it? One story kind of with Ontario stuff that then leads into Alberta stuff. And then there's a couple one-off Alberta stories before we lead into the whole separatist thing there that's going on. So, from CTV News, Ontario's potential clawback of Canada disability benefits sparks outrage. You see, a while ago, I had a politician on my show, Mike Morris, talking about the Canada disability benefit and how much of a slap in the face that was. Because it was only $200 to some people. You first had to qualify for the disability tax benefit on the federal level, which a lot of people on disability don't actually get. And then it's like, oh, you only get an extra $200. When you're in dire poverty, $200 still keeps you in dire poverty. You need a lot more of that, a lot more than that if you want to get out of your dire poverty situation. And since protections weren't put in there for people, the provinces are now just going to turn around and be like, so if you're on disability support in this province and you get this disability support from the federal government, then we're just not going to pay you that $200. We're going to deduct dollar for dollar. So the province gets to keep that $200 while the federal government pays that out, and the person receives the exact same amount as they would have before. The effort they put into making our lives suck is disgusting.
Disability advocate Jeffrey Salisbury is frustrated.
It's meant to help people, not pad the pockets of the Ontario government.
Salisbury is referring to a new Canada Disability benefit, which the federal government is expected to roll out this summer. He's among many qualified recipients in Ontario who are worried they won't see the extra money if they already receive payments under the Ontario Disability Support Program.
I'd like to see them not claw it back, and I'd like to see them remove other clawbacks, because there's other benefits too, like Canada Pension Plan Disability, that they already steal that dollar for dollar off of people from ODSP if you have that benefit.
The CDB program is meant to improve the financial security of working-age people with disabilities, but Ottawa cannot dictate how provinces treat it.
There are 6 other provinces and 1 territory that have already made that announcement. They have made the decision that it is punitive and unfair to claw back provincial disability assistance when the federal disability benefit becomes available.
CTV News reached out to the Ontario Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. They declined an on-camera interview, sending a statement instead. In part, it reads, "Our priority is ensuring the Canada Disability Benefit builds on existing programs like ODSP and that people have access to it with as few barriers as possible. We have asked the federal government to work with us to ensure people have continued access to benefits by amending the treatment of the benefit in the Federal Income Tax Act." Sattler says even with the new benefit, people with disabilities are still living far below the poverty line.
It's inhumane to even think about clawing back this small additional amount of money.
The first month of eligibility for the federal benefit will be this June, with the first payments starting in July.
And most people, and I do mean that literally, most people who rely on disability payments will not qualify for this. This disability tax benefit that took years and years and years for the federal government to pass was just a slap in the face to people living with disabilities. But it's not like Ontario is the only province to want to claw that back. Here we have Alberta doing the exact same thing. So protesting province's decision to not give new disability benefit to AISH recipients. If I make this smaller, will it fit on the screen? There we go.
Rallies were held across Alberta pushing back against the province's decision not to pass along the new Canada Disability benefit to AISH recipients. 24 advocacy groups signing an open letter to Premier Danielle Smith and Minister of Social Services Jason Nixon, asking them to reconsider their decision. The province considers the federal benefit a non-exempt income, which means it will be deducted from provincial payments. The province says that means people with disabilities will receive the same amount of money they've always received.
And the federal government did nothing to make sure that it was protected in any way whatsoever. Like, just the idea that how dare we let people who are living with disabilities in dire poverty just get even $200 more.
You measure your society by how well you treat your most vulnerable, and the disability community, if it isn't evident, we're tired of being pushed down the stairs of the legislature.
So it's $1,901 plus $400 in health benefits. And yes, when that's combined, plus the tax reductions associated with AISH, that actually is above the poverty line.
No, it's not. According to who? Like, what poverty line are you using? Tell me, where in this country can you get less than $2,000 a month and actually not be in poverty? Not to mention, when you live with disabilities, you usually have extra expenses. Maybe it's certain food requirements, medical devices requirements, transportation requirements, other accommodations that aren't necessarily covered by any sort of, provincial health insurance. it's more expensive to live with disabilities. So to stand there all smug like, oh no, they're not living with disabilities. Fine, you try it. If you think it's not living with not living in poverty to only receive that much. Where is people's ability to think critically on this? When you look at how much rent is, how much groceries have become, everything, and think to yourselves, oh, $2,000. Yeah, sure. I think if we got $2,000 here in Ontario, we would be just below the poverty line.
The groups want the province to create a new framework for people affected by disabilities.
And that's not the only attack on healthcare related stuff that's happening in Alberta. This is from Alberta Federation of Labor. UCP is flooding the zone with chaos to distract attention from the worst attack on public health in Alberta history. So the president of the Alberta Federation of Labor, Gil McGowan, said that Premier Danielle Smith is attempting to sneak through profound changes to Alberta's healthcare legislation that will allow her UCP government to hand our hospitals over to private, for-profit corporations, and in doing so, under the cover of the political chaos that she has created with her recent speculation about separation. It's funny how conservatives always do something like that. This idea of separation is a wonderful thing for Danielle Smith to lean on because it's something that cannot happen, no matter if there's a referendum on it or not, and we'll get more into it, but it cannot happen. So it's a great thing for her to harp on, to make into the news, to make that the focus, to distract that she's privatizing their health care in that province. Buried deep in Bill 55, the Health Statute Amendment Act 2025, are provisions that will allow the Minister of Health to designate for-profit corporations as operators of hospitals previously administered by Alberta Health Services, AHS, which the UCP dismantled with legislation passed in the last session of the legislature. Smith and other members of her gaslighting government have described this sprawling 300-page bill as mere housekeeping, says McGowan. But this isn't housekeeping. It's an all-out assault on our public healthcare system. The fact that it's being rammed through the same time Smith is threatening separation from Canada is no coincidence. She's flooding the zone with chaos in order to make changes that would shatter Medicare as we know it. There are changes that Albertans would never support if there was actually a full public debate. This is the worst kind of cynical and manipulative politics, and Albertans need to mobilize against it. When former Premier Ralph Klein introduced similar legislation in No Justice and their viewers just joined. Why, thank you so much, No Justice and viewers. Welcome to the SandBox. Just talking about how Alberta is trying to privatize their healthcare. Same as Ontario. They're both doing it. But this story is specifically about Alberta and how Danielle Smith is using it as distraction from her separatism talk, which we're going to be getting a lot more into in just a moment. But welcome, everyone. Feel free to chime in the SandBox, which is my chat. Say hi to everyone. And yeah, thank you so much. ADHD. I'm so distracted now. Where was I? I'll just start back from the start of this paragraph. How about that? When former Premier Ralph Klein introduced similar legislation more than 20 years ago, Albertans mobilized in large numbers. But the UCP has changed the rules in the legislature and now have the ability to ram the legislation through in matters of days instead of weeks, as the case during the Klein era. That means Albertans only have until Wednesday or Thursday of next week to organize. Yeah. That's the other thing that conservative governments love to do, is make it easier for them to do these horrendous changes. so that it happens so fast, because it takes time to organize, to get the information out there. And it's difficult to get the information out there when there's so many different sources that people are turning to for their news these days. And some of these sources won't bother reporting on this. So there's a lot of people left in the dark about what's actually happening to their healthcare, and they'll only learn about what happens to it when they need it and it's not there. Smith and her UCP colleagues rail on about how heavy-handed and undemocratic Ottawa has been with Alberta, says McGowan, but they do far worse in to their own citizens. With Bill 55 represents a fundamental change to our healthcare system and should get weeks of debate, not days. If Premier Smith is really committed to consulting with Albertans, she has claimed the context of the issue separation, then she should put this dangerous bill on hold and allow time for Albertans to weigh in. And here, again, I just want to make this it's a frustrating thing. How much of, how politically illiterate the people in this country are. Because here we have somebody who is blaming the federal government. She says, I'm going to ignore ignorant liberals who think it's okay to justify my dad dying from lack of specialists in Canada and the waiting times to see one. The fact that our healthcare is terrible, we pay a huge amount in taxes for the not so free health care. As is pointed out here, your provincial government is in charge of health care. And if you're in Alberta or Saskatchewan, ask your premier why they gave your money to American private for-profit healthcare clinics that showered the premier with gifts and money. Sorry for your loss, but it's not the Liberals. There is a little bit of a combination when it comes to healthcare. The federal government gives money to the provinces, and then the provinces are supposed to distribute that money to the healthcare system. But there is like the Healthcare Act. So there's certain guidelines that they're supposed to meet, such as do not privatize our healthcare, which tends to get ignored and the federal government doesn't kind of crack down on. So there's certain things like the medical assistance in dying. The federal government made that a thing across the country, but it's up to the provinces to figure out how to implement it. So it is more heavily dependent on the province as to how you get your health care. But there are things the federal government could do to force them to do, to fall within the Canada Healthcare Act. And the federal government for the longest time has done nothing to prevent what the provinces are doing. But in this case, if you're lacking specialists, if you're lacking, the hospitals that you can go to, it is absolutely the province's fault on that, because they are choosing not to spend that money on public health care. Instead, they're giving it to private clinics that love to upsell you on certain things, and the wait times become longer, and our healthcare is falling apart. If there is one thing my channel does, is I want to wake Canadians up to what is happening to our healthcare system. For so long, we've been using this as the metric to say this is why it's so much better to be a Canadian as our healthcare system. And granted, even as is, it's still better than the American system. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves to the lowest bar when it comes to healthcare. The provinces need to get in gear and do this, and then other people need to start recognizing it's the province's fault, not the Liberals. But so many people don't know how jurisdiction works when it comes to certain things in our care of government, which is just so frustrating, because then the provincial conservative parties can just say, oh, it's the Liberal federal party, it's their fault that all this is failing. And their constituents, the Conservatives, don't bother to investigate any further than what they're told. Don't bother to learn who's responsible for it, actually. So frustrating. And somebody else also saying, I don't know how many times I need to say it. It's the fucking provinces. We need a federal government that holds them accountable. We need voters to hold them accountable. Our shitty premiers are holding Canada back. It's crystal fucking clear. Our problems are provincial. And he's just replying to people here saying almost every country above Canada has higher taxes, invests more in its citizens in terms of healthcare, education, and social safety nets. Lots of conservatives trying to dunk on the liberals for this when their policies would have certainly made our placement worse. The reality is both the human development metrics, if life expectancy, years of schooling, are largely provincially controlled. Canada's failing down the list reflects years of criminally underfunded healthcare and education by conservative governments in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. Yes. The way our quality of life is just plummeting out from us is primarily the province's fault, not solely. The thing is that in order for it to get this bad, federal, provincial, and municipal all had to fail, and they have, which is why everything has gotten so bad. And in order to improve the situation, municipal, provincial, and federal need to work together, which often when you have a conservative government and a federal Liberal Party, they don't want to work together. Doug Ford is one of the rare exceptions where he says he will work with Mark Carney. He says it. Whether he actually goes through with it is a whole other story. It would be very dependent on what Mark Carney provides for Doug Ford. You can't trust anything Doug Ford says. But here is, some people actually trying to do something about it. Calgarians rallied to recall 3 UCP MLAs as Alberta resistance movement to launch in 4 cities. All right, I forgot the audio, and this is really horrible. A Calgary group held a rally at City Hall Saturday with hopes of recalling 3 United Conservative Party MLAs so that they can trigger an early provincial election. Jenny Yermini is part of a recall change movement in Calgary, said her group is seeking people to sign a petition to meet the threshold required to recall MLAs in Alberta. They just changed the rules, but we understand that we need 60% in numbers. But for more information, you can go here, which is this, to find out how they can recall some of the MLAs and maybe trigger an early election. And getting Danielle Smith out of there is very valid at this point. So I am going to pop this into the SandBox so that if you're in Alberta, you can take a closer look. But it'd be nice if for once the federal government actually holds the provinces accountable for the bullshit that they're doing. Why did that not copy over? There we go. But also something that a province is doing right. And it's from Manitoba. Manitoba, that not too long ago elected Wab Kinew, an NDP, as their premier. And he's done some good things there, and this is a good thing that needs to be done. So new funds available in Manitoba to help MMIWG2S plus families with searches and supports. So missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and queer folks.
$50,000 is being provided. More than $350,000 is being provided to the 5 organizations who will give direct low-barrier support to eligible MMIWG2S plus families. Immediate family members may be able to access financial support from them to help cover costs to search for loved ones, court proceedings, counseling, or other eligible supports. The money is revenue from the $15 million MMIWG2S Plus Healing and Empowerment Fund, initially invested by the provincial government last May and managed by the Winnipeg Foundation. Families Minister Nahani Fontaine says the fund has now grown to $22 million.
At some point...
And this is good for the part of when it comes to reconciliation in this country. So there was 94 actions required to help with reconciliation. Only a handful of them have been done. And I don't think this was specifically part of it, but more of this needs to happen to help families, with searches of their missing loved ones, to help support their families recover or to build their lives back up after someone in their life has gone missing. And it's just the fact that they don't get these supports in the first place is really horrendous.
Cora Morgan and I have the goal of having that endowment fund reach $50 million. Should it reach $50 million, what we're looking at potentially in returns of upwards of $2 million every year. As I've shared before, the way that the endowment fund is constructed is that 60% of any and all returns every year will flow directly for the use of MMIWG2S family members, with 40% coming back into government to be able to support Indigenous-led organizations and the activities that they do in respect of MMIWG2S.
Okay, main shot. Then next on the docket will be separatist talk from Danielle Smith. But before we get to that, let's check the SandBox. So we just got a raid from a channel. I'll have to go back and check the name of the channel because I don't think there's an easy way for me to do that on YouTube. Hello, Vicky Clee. It'd be nice if they actually stated in the chat. It shows up on the screen, and if I miss it, I miss it. That's why I have to immediately turn to it when I see it out of the side of my eye. Because I don't know where it shows me what channel rated, unless I catch it exactly as it happens, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, that's about where I left off. So life, everyone wants work requirements for disability insurance. It's like, what? Yeah. Bozette, I just learned that one of the beaches in LA has been nicknamed Billionaire Beach, which is gross. Well, if you need to take your dog on a walk. Just saying. Hello, Emily French. The smoke and mirrors poverty line. Yeah, it's very convenient, especially with conservative governments. Be like, oh no, they're not living in poverty at $2,000. And yet Pierre Poilievre was all about like, Justin Trudeau pushed 40% of Canadians into poverty because he was using a completely different metrics on how to calculate who's in poverty than what had originally been established a long, long time ago. I actually did believe, like, I fall more in line with that 40%. When you see the breakdown of how it's calculated, I do feel that is more accurate to life. But to say that people fell into poverty, no. If that metric had been used for the past few decades, then it wouldn't have been such a great jump. But it's the wordplay that conservatives love to use. And then suddenly, when it benefits them to have a lower poverty line, they go back to using the standard poverty line that the government likes to calculate, which can be manipulated and often is to suit whatever targets they're going for. Let's see. So like the same people that say if you're that disabled you can work from home are the people that want nobody working remotely. Very true. It's like, yes, you should work, but we're not going to do anything to make that accessible. Hello, the Big M, part of the raid. Did I say hi to Vicky Clee already? If not, Hello. The big M saying, yay, private-public contracts that just waste public money making contracts. Yeah. And they pay so much more for the exact same services to private clinics. So it can be confusing how the private-public things work, but basically, we're supposed to be guaranteed certain access to healthcare. And so it's publicly funded, but the money is going to a private clinic as opposed to a public clinic. And when it goes to a private clinic to perform those services, while those services might still be free to us, well, then there's certain upsells that might happen or tests that aren't covered that they're going to push onto people. And if you're not willing to pay for them, then suddenly you're going to the back of the line. And then for the same procedure, the clinic will charge the province so much more for the exact same thing, which then drains the province of money that should be going to the public sector, making it far less likely that the public sector will make improvements on how they dispense health care. And so it's all about making that money. It's all about making that money for private clinics. It's horrid. Vicky Clee says we actually managed to raid you this time. Oh, good. Hello, Rachel Atwood. Hello, Flow Snake with the high all and lots of watermelons. The big N. Yes, my neurodivergent brethren. Yep. So, like, these people think $200 a month for food stamps is too much money. Hello, Maz. Oh, we have Guitar Guy 80. Am I allowed to post Palestinian flags? Well, as far as I'm concerned, yes. YouTube might be a little bit more, but yes, free Palestine. I've actually done tons of coverage on that subject on my channel, so feel free to go back and check out clips or live streams to see how I've covered it. But yeah, this is a pro-Palestinian channel, anti-genocide channel. Hello, Dissolver. So very glad, Rachel Atwood saying, very glad that No Justice MTG gave a nod to Sandy. Yes, I will have to look into them. Just going to write that down before I forget. Let's see, Marty. Yeah, but Doug Ford is way better than Danielle Smith. At least Ford loves Canada and wouldn't dare turn on Canada. There is that. It's one of those things. Like, I can't... If you're going to compare who's worst, it's one of those things autistic brain says you can't. Because in some areas, Doug Ford is worse. In other areas, Danielle Smith is worse. Does being worse in some areas and not others make them worse overall? So it would depend on a person's circumstance as to which one would actually be worse. But they're both horrendous. You know what? It doesn't need to be an either or. They can just both be the worst. Let's see. Hello, Ben Stutley. Hi, I've just arrived from an auto redirect from No Justice MTG's LS live stream. It worked. All the best. Well, welcome to the SandBox. Rachel Atwood, is Sandy wearing orange in NDP solidarity or something? Sometimes a color is just a color. That said, I did originally find this shirt in a Goodwill store back when I was trying to become a candidate for the NDP and figured I should probably have some orange shirts. So, not entirely unrelated. But it's also a really nice shirt. I love how it fits. You can't see it because I'd have to stand up, and then if I stand up, I'm not going to do that in front of the camera. Let's see. Just checking the SandBox. I always feel weird when I'm looking for comments because how it works is I try to find a comment where I actually know the context and it's not part of an ongoing conversation in the SandBox. And so sometimes it can take me a while to find one that I'm like, oh, I can say something to that. Which means that I might have to spend a few moments just not saying anything. And as a live streamer, you really should have like a steady stream of blah, blah, blah coming out of your mouth at any given time. The big M, universal healthcare is getting dismantled worldwide. They are being super sneaky. They are. They absolutely are. Emily French, please don't become American with your healthcare. The goal. But with these conservative premiers, people are falling asleep at the wheel. Rachel Atwood, which province consistently has the best healthcare? Wondering if it's BC. I don't know. I think Quebec is also pretty good, depending, not in long-term care, because they had a lot of the same problems as we did in Ontario when COVID hit. Also, if you're Indigenous in Quebec and try to use the healthcare system, not good. Lots of horror stories around that. But then again, just being Indigenous and trying to use the healthcare system anywhere across the country is, generally speaking, not great. I've just seen more stories come out of Quebec about that. But I don't know off the top of my head which one would be considered the best. The big M, it's past 10. It's 10 past midnight in Scotland right now. I'm going to bed. Well, have a good night, and I wish I could hear accents in the SandBox. Oh my gosh, what is this curl doing? Curly hair. Curly hair. Yes, I love the Scottish accent. Love it, love it, love it. This curl is persistent as my cat when my cat wants on my lap. Doesn't help that I'm constantly playing with my hair. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, is Smith particularly popular? No. And that has gotten less so with her capitulation to Donald Trump. But with her rabid base, she has become more popular. So the loudest people are very happy about her, and that can kind of skew the scales when you look at it. But I would say, generally speaking, she's less popular. However, since people tend to vote not necessarily for a person, but a party, depending, because Alberta is skewed very, very conservative, a lot of them will just plug their nose and vote for Danielle Smith, even if they don't like her, because they would rather have the Conservative than any other party in. Also, have a good night, Ben Stutley. Going to say goodnight from UK, but dropped a sub and we'll be back. Why, thank you. Now that you're asleep and not even looking at the listening. Rachel Atwood, thank you so much for the scroll back because it jumped. $2 super chat. Super appreciate it. Light orange suits you wonderfully, Sandy. Why, thank you. And the little kitty cat there with heart eyeballs. That sounded right, sure. Heart eyeballs. But thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see. I have the name of the channel. I will check it out. Vicky Klee. Helena from No Justice MTG is a trans woman commenting on UK politics and mega smart and excellent commentary. Well, then I will definitely have to check her out. Soul Life. When Chris Christie was still governor of New Jersey, he shut down a beach and there was spotted there as a private beach. Yeah. Vicky Klee, MTG stands for the Magic the Gathering. Let's see. And oh, Chris, Chris. Thibault, is this French? Is it French or is it another name? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I think the dumbest wordplay was Poilievre's 15% tax decrease turns out decrease. Turns out it was 15% of 12%. Dishonesty based on people's reluctance to do math. Yes. That was one of his wordplay things that he did, which was just when some of his people found out because some reporters were going around actually explaining it to them, they were so mad. So mad. And it's like, yeah, it's just too many people aren't reading between the lines when it comes to what politicians are actually saying. Because we'll actually get to his story. When Donald Trump said something about Canada, I'm like, I need to check that. And it's like, actually, he's not that far off. But it's usually best whenever you hear a statistic that they don't bother to quote the source. Go check the source and see the context of what they're saying. I've done that plenty of times on my channel to find out that what they're saying is taken in such a, when you take it out of context, it might sound good for them, but it's totally not what the information represents. Let's see. Before we get into the next docket. There's a lot of videos in the next docket. But they're good videos to watch. Let's see. Oh, hello, Atticus Among Us. And hello, Lynn. Who says but it definitely means rarely catch your videos anymore. Oh, I guess this is part of something else. Okay. Why don't we get back into it? So, big in the news these days is Alberta wanting to separate from the rest of Canada. And again, this country, so politically illiterate. They can't. Full stop. They can't. For so many different reasons. This is not doable. And by Danielle Smith very covertly making it, like she'll say, I'm not in support of separating, but she has done everything to make a vote on it more possible. And she is so two-faced about how she talks about it. And we'll get into a video about that. Because normally I don't like playing videos that are over, let's say, 4 minutes. This one is 5.5 minutes. But I found this video to be very informative of her doublespeak that she tends to do. But it is, yeah, it's super frustrating how she is making this such a big thing, but then she's trying to pull back by saying, I don't support it, but I'm making this the talking points of every conservative in this province. I'm making it the main focus on the news so I can distract from the fact that I'm privatizing our healthcare. And something else important in what she says. because this isn't about the well-being of people in Alberta. She is stoking this separation talk for her own political reasons. And she says it here. So the breakdown, AB, if you're still on the hostile fart sauna, known as Twitter, is great if you want to keep up to date with Alberta political news. And yeah, I lean heavily on them for that, and they do a great job of it. So they say, wherein Danielle Smith seemingly confirms that she's allowing the space for separatism to avoid a split in the UCP, not because it's best for democracy or Albertans. Yeah. Danielle Smith seemingly confirms, that she's allowing this talk to avoid a split, because the split in the Conservative Party would hurt her chances of maintaining her spot as leader.
How is it helpful, though, Premier, with respect to open the door to, for example, a citizen-led referendum on separation, if your overall objective is to engage in more fruitful negotiations with the federal government? And if, in fact, that referendum results in a vote to separate, would you?
I would say there's a lot there. I would say that we were in the process of modifying all of our elections laws because we had heard that the thresholds for both recall and citizen initiative were too high, and so they were unrealistic. So that was a process that was taking place independently. It may well be.
Being able to get people to sign a petition to call for a referendum should have a high bar. Should have a higher bar before you go into that, because the amount of money involved in a referendum. And again, this referendum, if they get enough of the signatures, which is entirely possible because of how she has lowered the signature requirement and shortened the time, or lengthened the time frame in which these signatures can be gathered. So it's entirely possible. But they're going to have a referendum on something that, if by some off chance they vote for separation, it can't happen. It can't. Like, it's not doable. You know, Alberta cannot become its own country. That land doesn't belong to Alberta, and we'll get more into that. But it's not even just that. There's so many other factors that go into it. Like the idea of, I can just start my own country. Currency, passports, border security, military, the fact that there's lots of people there that don't want to be part of a different country, citizenship, dual citizenship, taxes, not getting money from the federal government for healthcare and things of that sort, everything that is dealt with in the federal government now having to be dealt on that provincial level, like international trade. Like, it's just, there's so much. You can't just separate. But we'll get more into it.
That this is an issue around autonomy is the first one that garners enough signatures to be put to the people. But I would say my job is to look at what we see in the world out there. We've got 30 to 40% of Albertans polled saying that they are dissatisfied with the country to the point where they would consider it. And my job is to try to bring those numbers down. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm bringing those numbers down by talking about it nonstop and reaffirming everyone who's upset with the country that, you know, their anger is valid and we're not doing anything, and that separation might be the only way to solve their anger issues. But yeah, I'm going to bring down the temperature by throwing more fuel onto it. I have been told by my caucus and by the people that I speak with to give this new prime minister a chance to see if we can get to a deal. And that's what I intend to do, is to go into those discussions in good faith and hope that we can get to a resolution and a meeting of the minds.
Isn't the easiest way to quell that sentiment to say it won't happen?
Well, I think you can see that if there isn't an outlet, it creates a new party. In Quebec right now, the Parti Québécois is polling. If there isn't an outlet, it can create a new party. Hence, threaten her position as premier of the province. This is so gross, to be stoking people's fear or anger and stuff for this idea
of a separation that can't happen, all for her own selfish political reasons. How people like her become premiers, leaders in the first place is beyond my comprehension. Because, like, I get that Doug Ford is very charismatic, but I still do not understand how he's been able to get into the position that he has. The amount of people that have had to let so much bullshit slide and just ignore a lot of the horrendous things that they do in order for them to get there. Whereas I know a lot of people, if they were to even do a fraction of what Danielle and Doug do, they would get canceled. But they're free as hell to do whatever they want. And it's just so destructive to this country, so destructive and harmful to the people in the provinces. And Danielle Smith is definitely not trying to, you know, call off this talk of separation when that's all she talks about. All for her own political reasons. It's gross.
Say it won't happen.
Well, I think you can see that if there isn't an outlet, it creates a new party. In Quebec right now, the Parti Québécois is polling highest of the provincial parties, and we also see that the Bloc won a significant number of seats. I don't want to see that happen. I want
the Bloc Québécois actually lost seats in this past federal election.
to see us identify the issues that matter to people. Let's not demonize people. Let's acknowledge that the feelings that they have a root, and the root is in the way Alberta has been treated for the last 10 years by the Liberals. So that's genuine. And I'm being very direct with the Prime Minister and saying, if we can solve some of these things, I think that will bring the temperature down. And that's what I'll continue to do.
If the vote is yes, would you pursue separation as Premier?
I have always said that I do not support separation. I support Alberta sovereignty within a united Canada. That's what our party.
That's not answering the question. I don't support separatism, tee-hee-hee. But she will also respect the results of the referendum.
Party supports, as well as in our statement of principles, as my caucus supports, and that's my marching orders, is to do what we can to make sure that our autonomy is respected, the Constitution is respected, some of these damaging policies are removed, and I think we can.
Sorry, just the thought of her talking about autonomy being respected with the attack on trans folks that she has done in her province. She doesn't respect other people's autonomy. And so to suddenly play the victim that, oh, Canada isn't respecting our autonomy. What a bunch of bullshit coming from her.
End up with a deal that works not only for Alberta, but for the entire country.
So do I take that even if the vote is yes, that you would not pursue separation in your capacity as Premier?
My job is to make sure it doesn't get to yes. My job is to make sure that the temperature is brought down so much that there isn't even a need for a citizen-initiated referenda. And so I think that the Prime Minister...
Yeah, it's my job to bring the temperature down and make sure that there isn't even need for this referendum, although I've lowered the signature requirement and lengthened the time that you can use to get those signatures.
Has a window here in the next 6 months to be able to meaningfully address the issues that we've put on the table. And if he does, I think we can have a really constructive conversation about making the entire country an economic powerhouse, finding new markets, tearing down internal trade barriers. That's what I'm going to be focused on in the next 6 months.
And I have a few questions about those policies that you would certainly want him to consider. But saying that, you don't want to get to the vote is not the same as saying that you wouldn't pursue it if it is a yes vote. Just to be clear to Canadians who are watching in Alberta and outside Alberta, if the citizens of your province vote to separate, are you going to pursue that?
I like when reporters actually say, okay, I get it that you're trying to deflect from this question and move on, but I want an answer. I like when reporters actually push back and try to get clear, concise answers. It still doesn't necessarily work, as such in this case, because Danielle Smith will still talk in circles. But then it really does put on display how disingenuous she's being right now when she refuses to just directly answer that question.
What I have said is that I will respect the outcome of citizen-initiated referenda, and that's why it's my job to make sure it doesn't get to that point. I want Canada to be strong and united, and for provincial jurisdiction to be respected, and that's what I'll be working.
If you want Canada to be strong and united, start talking about a united Canada as opposed to all this separation talk all the time.
Towards.
Surely, though, you can recognize, Premier, that the feasibility, even if the vote were to go ahead, is incredibly complicated. And some of the, for example, Indigenous people in your province have highlighted that. Healthcare transfers, how does your system work without them? Like, is it responsible to leave that door open in any way?
Well, I think that's up to constitutional scholars and to lawyers to discuss. At the moment, there isn't a petition campaign. There isn't a question. All there is I think some goodwill in trying to be able to resolve some of the issues that have burbled up over the last 10 years. And that's what my intention is going to be. But you may have to talk to a legal scholar about some of those issues. But there has been Supreme Court jurisprudence on this that has given some direction, and that may be a starting point for scholars to look into it.
I'm not even talking legally, though. I'm literally picturing Alberta, where you and I both know I lived for almost 5 years, with a healthcare system that does not have healthcare transfers. Like, how does that? Let's take the law out of it. Shouldn't you be honest with Albertans who are expressing this sentiment, which is, I understand, not coming from a place that isn't unfounded completely. That sentiment is not something to be dismissed. But shouldn't you be honest with them about what it would mean if they were to vote yes, and now that you've opened the door to following their instruction, what that would mean for their social services, for their health care, for a whole host of things?
I think you're getting ahead of yourself, Vashi. There is no question. There is no petition campaign. There is no vote. All there is me saying that I support a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, and that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that those issues are not ones that we have to deal with. I want Albertans to feel like their issues are addressed. And that's what my mandate is, and that's what I'll be working towards. I've said I'm not putting forward a provincial sponsored referendum on that issue. If citizens garner enough signatures, it will be put on a ballot, but it's certainly not something we're doing as a government.
Sure, and I take that point, but I would also point out that during this interview you said if the citizens do decide something, then your job, you said, is to respect their decision.
Yeah. And so also more from the breakdown. So Smith, when confronted with the reality that she has no mandate to open the door for separatism. Oh yeah, I totally don't have a mandate. That's why I'm lowering the bar so separatists can get their own mandate. See how clever I am? So that is sarcastic. She did not actually say that, but she kind of did say that.
You did not campaign on opening the door to a separation referendum. You essentially campaigned on a tax cut and standing up to Ottawa. So do you have the mandate to open such a door to Alberta separating from the rest of Canada?
Yeah, I don't have a mandate, and my party doesn't support that. My party quite clearly in their founding documents came together and they support a strong, united Canada, protecting constitutional sovereignty, and that's what I've been doing.
Although I made it so much easier for them to vote for a referendum on separation.
A citizen-initiated referenda would be, by definition, initiated by citizens. And so I won't prejudge what issues citizens might want to put on the table, but that is up to citizens to decide and to get the number of signatures. All I've said is I will honor the process.
So the thing is right now the focus is on this new lower threshold for referendums. But it's not specifically for separation. It could be a referendum on anything that she has now drastically lowered that criteria for, to make it so much easier for other people to call for referendums on other things, which again is just a political boondoggle of sorts, because we shouldn't be allowing the public to just have referendums when it comes to things like human rights, because quite often, like you see down in the States, human rights should be respected across the board, but they're not. The amount of people that are in support of trans rights has dropped drastically because of all the horrendous rhetoric coming from the Republicans and the right wing. If they were to vote on specific trans right things right now, the outcome would not be good. But the thing is that these policies shouldn't be made because of popular opinion. They should be made from a principled stance of protecting human rights, even when it's unpopular. And so the idea that we can just have referendums on anything we want right now because, if you just get enough signatures, oh well, is a whole bunch of bullshit, because some of these things that they want to have referendums on, or they could potentially have referendums on, are things that might go against human rights, or things like the separation that can't even happen. But every time it happens, it gets stoked in the media, anger gets raised, hatred and fear and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of money will have to be spent on it. And then if they vote for something, hypothetically speaking, that can't be done, then it just explodes in a lot more anger and hatred when they're told they can't get the way that they want.
And the public very clearly knows that we are a party of direct democracy, that we do believe in things like citizen initiative and recall that happened under my predecessor. And so I would leave it to the people, but that's why I have been pretty clear that I do not support separatism myself. I support a strong, sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, and that's what I'll keep working towards.
So Nate Pike, who is part of the breakdown, says Smith opening Pandora box has ramification with more subtle than separation. This is quite literally can put delisting abortion on the ballot in Alberta. And that was something the Wild Rose Party wanted to do when Danielle Smith was in charge of the Wild Rose Party, is to delist abortion. So basically it wouldn't be covered under Alberta's healthcare system. So we have health insurance in this country, but it's provincially run. So in Ontario, you have your OHIP card. That is your insurance, your health insurance. And there are some things it won't cover. And so basically, Danielle Smith would want it so OHIP doesn't cover abortion. So it's not that you can't access it. It's just if you do, you have to pay out of pocket for it, which is already a thing in different ways and whatnot. I've talked about this plenty on my channel. So now with this lowered threshold for signatures to have a referendum, what's stopping them from doing this as well? Access to abortion care is a human right. It's not up for debate. So here we have a little bit more information. Alberta separation, not economically viable, economists say. And did I want to say this? No, didn't need to see that video. I wanted to read the article here. So First Nations leaders in Alberta would lose access to... First Nation leaders say Alberta would lose access to resources on treaty territory should the province choose to break its ties with the Federation. It's one of several factors, one economist said, makes the conversation around separation a non-starter. Smith has been facing questions around the possible separation referendum since the day after the federal election, when her party introduced legislation to make it easier for citizens to trigger one. While the Premier has repeatedly said she does not support leaving Canada, she has promised to honor the wishes of Alberta. She said would increase separation question on next year's planned referendum ballot should citizens meet the criteria. Let's see. So we'll get more into what the Chiefs are saying in a moment, but I just wanted to get down to here, I think. Economist Moshe Lander said that would be just one of multiple economic blows to consider and part of the cost of leaving Canada, as in First Nations no longer allowing them access to resources on their land. Anything that is currently done by the federal government would now need to be done by the province of Alberta, Lander said. You need your own version of the RCMP. You'd have to have your own border control because you now have international borders. He adds Alberta would also need to fund its own national parks, passports, currency, and central bank, all of which could take billions of dollars and decades to establish. The idea that Alberta could just go it alone is a complete non-starter, and it cannot be economically viable. It is not going to work, he said. Nanos Research recently polled 432 Albertans. See, this is why I don't like polls. Less than 500 people. That's nothing to base a poll on. So I'm not even going to bother to say what that said. Let's see. So I didn't need to read the rest of that, but Also, I think I will put, I had this in a different order, but this one tweet that I have makes more sense now. Is it this tweet? Yes. So this makes more sense to put it in this part, talking about the difficulties of separating. So this person down here said, how about you tell us 10 reasons of Albertans to stay in Canada? I don't even know. So Aaron here, Singleton, where are you? Yeah, so somebody who lives in Alberta says, while Premier is fanning the flames of separatism to score political points, her base, let's take a look at 10 of the things she is trying to distract Albertans from. And then this person says, saying, yeah, why should we stay in Canada? And it's like, well, since you asked. Thanks for the comment. Happy to take the question in no particular order. We have no currency and our economy would die. We have no military. Trade with Canada becomes harder, more expensive. Businesses would leave quickly. We aren't parties to free trade agreements. So again, that's the whole international thing that the federal government looks after. Canada has has one of the top standards of living. We become more economically reliant on Canada and the USA than ever. No more healthcare police transfers, no more universal healthcare. Canada is the best country in the world and we would be worse off in every way. Again, I don't like those ideas of we're the best when it comes to any country because there's no such thing. But those are some very good points in there. It's kind of like, you know, a kid just saying, I don't like living here anymore, so I'm going to run away and get my own home. And they scream to their parents when they're 10 years old, and they walk out the door, and suddenly they realize they can't. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. They don't know where to look. They don't have the connections. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the ability to look after everything. Like, it's just, there's so much that the federal government does that would be offloaded onto the province that, like this article said, would cost billions of dollars. And it's not something that can just happen overnight. So any talk of an actual separation is not going to happen. But on top of all of this, you have the chiefs, because Alberta land is treaty land. And those treaties were negotiated with the Crown before Alberta was even a province. And so this land, that the separation that she wants to do, the land doesn't belong to Alberta. So it can't happen. You can't separate something that isn't yours. And the chiefs had lots to say about it. So the breakdown has a bunch of little clips from when the chiefs met up to talk about this.
As far as the first question, how prepared are we? Many First Nations have been in litigation for many years. Since the introduction of the White Paper and the assimilation of First Nations across Canada, we've had our guard up. Prior to that, we know that the Indian agents and the government of Canada ruled us like a concentration camp. Our people were not allowed to leave the reserve without a permit.
A lot of people don't know this is part of Canada's dark history, that on the reservations, they were forced to live there, and sometimes these reservations were put on land that weren't all that hospitable. So even if they wanted to leave the reservation to do hunting, they had to get a permit from their Indian agent. So one of the government officials that would be sent to live in the reservation that would give them permission to leave this area to go hunt and get food for their family or something of that sort. Of course they abused that to get things that they wanted from the community that weren't good. Of course that system was abused. And a lot of people in Canada don't seem to know this. So they were put in all these little separate areas, and supplies were controlled going in and out, and they didn't have free movement. So when one of their children were kidnapped by the RCMP and thrown into a residential school, they would have to get permission from the Indian agent in order to leave their reservation, in order to go to that school that could be hundreds of kilometers away, in order to see how their child was doing.
And the overseer, the Indian agent, He dictated who lived and died, who ate, who didn't eat. And that's what we lived under. And many people don't know that. And so for the last 50 years, we've been in defense of our rights, of our land, our jurisdiction, our identity. When you look back at the NRTA, when it was implemented in the 1930s, First Nations couldn't get a lawyer and couldn't get legal advice. Yet
Again, people don't know this, but they weren't allowed to have lawyers represent them in the court of law when it came to Indigenous peoples challenging the government. And they couldn't become professionals themselves. If they did, then it would strip away their status as an Indigenous person if they were to try to get one of these professional jobs. So you would have to give up your status as an Indigenous person or not get those jobs. Like, it was just, people don't understand how brutal the assimilation attempts and processes were in this country.
They made the decision on the resources of Alberta without our input. We had nothing to say. And for over 100 years, we got nothing out of those resources until those who were lucky to have it started to fight and started to challenge. And so how prepared are we? We're very prepared. Today, every one of the First Nations you see here, we've got doctors, we've got lawyers, we've got judges, we've got crown prosecutors. We're ready. We're ready for a fight. We got resources that we can either share or utilize ourselves for any litigation moving forward and any challenges we're going to have. So we're ready. And so if it comes down to it, and how confident are we? Put yourself in the moccasins of a First Nations and look at the history that we've had to go through. And ask yourself, how confident would I be for a government that's going to recognize a First Nation and give them what's rightfully theirs when today we're dealing with this in 2025? How confident are we? I'll let you answer that. But we're ready. We're ready for the fight.
And here's another chief speaking.
We are uncertain of Alberta's path, and we as treaty people were obligated by the Crown, and we are Canadians. And we're standing up for Canadians to honor the Crown, and that we can't allow the resources to continue to be developed through exploration. Those all have to stop because Alberta wants to separate and are no longer want to be part of Canada. So we as First Nations people are saying that if Alberta wants to separate and doesn't want to be part of Canada, then you're not allowed on our traditional territories anymore for exploration because we don't know who you're explorating for.
Yep. That's not allowed on their traditional territories anymore. They'll need to move out of Alberta. And yet another one. All of them were had super great speeches. I'm so glad the breakdown clipped all of these.
Good afternoon. My name is Wilfred Hokanuza. I'm a chief of Denada First Nation and also a Grand Chief of North Peace Tribal Council. The message I would like to bring forth is I'm echoing some of the concerns that I bring here from my people, and then standing united with other First Nation, and we are getting their support as well. There is developments that are happening in our traditional territory. The ongoing clearing of trees, farmland, and that's impacting our way of life. Section 35, our hunting, fishing, and trapping rights. What will there be left for the young people if we don't do anything today? But today it shows that we stand united and we will say no to further dictatorship from foreign governments. Our treaty was
We'll say no to further dictatorship from foreign governments.
here before the province became a province in 1905, and we're not going anywhere. And I just want to bring home a clear message to the government that the Crown has a responsibility. This is federal government to ensure that our obligations are met. Thank you.
Yeah, like the amount Indigenous peoples had to fight to get to where they are today, and they're still a long way from where they should be. And the idea that Alberta, Danielle Smith, is just going to walk in there and say, so all those things that you fought for the past centuries, we're just going to scooch that aside. And they're like, hell no. But yet another one.
Okay, Nistwaniko, Nookskay Stomach, Chief R.A. Crowfoot. We have a lot of partnerships with other First Nations as well as non-First Nation organizations and corporations and entities. And this kind of rhetoric's not just attack on First Nations, but it's attack on all people that call Alberta home. You know, you only have to look south of the border of the chaos and the uncertainty that's going on in the world. This time, more than any time, we should be bonding together and talking about how we're going to unite as a nation versus separation as a province. So again, I just want to echo all the comments my former.
And Danielle Smith could be doing that, saying that we need to unite, we need to, go forward as a country and all this sort of stuff. But instead, she's just spewing all this bullshit of separation and making that the talking point. With the threat of the United States right now, we do need a unified front in this country, and she is threatening that.
As a province. So again, I just want to echo all the comments my former chief said, and we all stand together in solidarity to protect our territories, to protect our treaties, and to protect our people. Yan. Okay, Nistwaniko, Nookskay.
Okay. Itama chistuko. Nistwaniko kyayo tukan. Stomktotu apikani. Apaksi pikani. Good afternoon. My name is Chief Troy Bossman Knowlton. My traditional name is Bearhead. I come to you from the Piikani Nation in southern Alberta and the president of the Blackfoot Confederacy. The alarming statements and actions the province has been taken is being met head to head by the chiefs of Alberta. We've come together to issue a statement and to strategize on how we're going to get the message out to the Premier and to all of Alberta that this is treaty country. And any talk of separation is really insanity, because there is no pathway to separation. You can have all the referendums you want, but there is no way. And for the province to not engage with First Nations, if they're going to make statements like that, really shows the respect that they have for the original inhabitants of this land. So I joined together with my brothers and sisters, the chiefs, Treaties 6, 7, and 8, as well as support from First Nations across Canada who know what we're going through. They know that the battles that we're embarking on. And what has happened today is separation. The rhetoric and insanity of separation here in Alberta has united First Nations on this land, but all across Canada from coast to coast to coast. So I want to thank you, Danielle Smith, 454. Why? Because today we stand united. We're not going anywhere. And if you feel that you have problems with First Nations, you could leave. Again.
Just wonderfully direct. And one more.
Good afternoon. My name is Chief Billy Joe Tucker with the Mikshu Cree First Nation. I too can echo the sentiments of the chief here before me. That we thank you for bringing us together as treaty people to stand and oppose this. Yesterday, you made 4 demands to the Prime Minister of Canada. That was a no-no because you gave him a time limit till the 2026 to get their things in order. But you will not do what you want without the approval of the treaty people. You talk about a reset with Canada, you must reset with the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island. Bill 54, this is what we think of you. You're garbage like that. This is treaty land, and we stand on it today. Thank you.
You're garbage like that. This is treaty land, and we stand on it today. Yeah. It's, again, what Danielle Smith is trying to do can't be done. This whole referendum talk is just a distraction from her own failures. It's an attempt to keep herself in power, and we've seen right-wing dictators do this sort of thing all the time. Let's start a war over here because my poll numbers are crashing, or there's a scandal about to come out, or I might go to jail if I'm not in power. So we're going to make all these controversies where no controversy existed previously. And riling up her base, trying to convince them that this is even a possibility in the first place without, as people were saying, trying to talk to them, be like, this can't happen. Or, imagine this happening. What would happen to this, and this, and this? She's not trying to, lower the temperature. She's doing everything she can to increase it while using this doublespeak to claim to have some sort of deniability in what she's doing. But Max Fawcett just, tweeted out this picture. Dear Alberta separatists. Treaty 8, 1899, not yours. Treaty 10, 1906, sorry, nope. Treaty 6, 1876, not yours. Treaty 7, 1877, also not yours. And another treaty, still not yours. That's all of Alberta. Again, this is not Albertan land, is treaty land that was negotiated with the Crown. And Anonymous also tweeting out, anyone advocating for Alberta separation from Canada, especially Danielle Smith, an Alberta legislator, should pack their bags and renounce their citizenship. They can leave, but the land will stay. The land belongs to First Nations, and the treaties are with the Crown. And just in there, a map of different treaties across the country. But with all this referendum talk, what if, because, the threshold has been lowered, Jeffrey is saying, I propose a new petition. If Alberta wants to allow a handful of citizens to create referendums so easily from petitions, it's time to start another petition that says, we will give every inch of Alberta back to First Nations.
And include that question on the 2026 provincial referendum ballot as well.
Okay, if Alberta wants to be that democratic, I have a suggestion for people out in Alberta to maybe start your own petition to do something like give every inch of Alberta back to the First Nations people. Hey, all you need is, 100,000 signatures? You could get that. These wackos got it pretty quickly. Just think about it. A new question. Hey, wouldn't you like to give everything back to First Nations people in Alberta? What do you think? Think about it, because we all have to be democratic here. I'm in Toronto, but y'all in Alberta, think about it. I think it's a good idea. Every inch back. Start that petition.
And include that question.
I'd sign that petition. And so this is Naheed Nishi. He is the leader of the provincial NDP in Alberta. The fight we face is with President Trump, not Ottawa, and certainly not each other. Danielle Smith is dividing our country and picking fights in a moment that calls for national unity. Watch my response to the Premier's address. Again, I don't necessarily like watching videos that are over 5 minutes, but he did a good job in this, and it deserves to be listened to. So I am going to speed this up a little bit. Playback speed. But I thought this was actually a really good talk from him.
Alberta's New Democrats. And I love Canada. I love this big, messy, dirty, chaotic, scrappy place that my parents chose because they knew their kids would have a better life here. This is not to say this country is perfect. I mean, today is Red Dress Day. I'm wearing this pin because today is the day that we hold in our hearts missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And certainly, Albertans have not had the best deal from Confederation. I've never shied away from saying that. Equalization is not fair. I worked so hard as Mayor of Calgary with the Premier of Alberta to secure one pipeline to Tidewater, and Conservatives haven't been able to build one since.
That's another thing that Danielle Smith isn't taking into consideration if Alberta were to become its own country. It's landlocked. Like, trying to get supplies in, you would have to negotiate through other countries in order to get those supplies in, or these pipelines and things of that sort that they want. Getting goods and services in, a lot more difficult when you're landlocked.
We don't have access for our resources. We don't have respect for not just our economic power, but our social innovation that happens here. These are legitimate things, and these are things that we need to work with the federal government on to secure better deals for Alberta, especially now. The fight today is with President Trump, and we cannot win that fight if we think the fight is with Ottawa, with our fellow Canadians, or with our fellow Albertans. And that's the only fight this Premier is interested in. At a moment when our country is under so much threat from the outside, a Premier who knows about nothing but division is not the Premier we need. She blames others for dividing Alberta, but it's her who's done it. And today what we got from Premier Danielle Smith was typical Premier Danielle Smith. She lied, she deflected, she blamed, she refused to take responsibility, and she tried to pick a fight. That's what she does. It's what she's always done. None of us should be shocked by that. You know, there's a bunch of words she didn't say in her message today. She didn't say, "I'm proud to be a Canadian." She didn't acknowledge the 80th anniversary of the Canadian liberation of the Netherlands, of all of those Albertans who gave their lives, their blood, and their hearts and their youth to fight for this country and to fight for freedoms. She didn't say, "I'm sorry." She didn't say, "I take responsibility." She didn't.
As a Canadian, if you're not saying sorry, there goes your Canadian card right there. I don't think anyone should be trusting Danielle Smith if she hasn't said sorry within the past, 24 hours.
Say, "I denounce separatism." What she said was, "I'm going to pick another fight. I'm going to have another endless panel with my endless cronies spending endless money of taxpayers on an endless fight that I will never win." She actually never said, "I will win." She said, "I'm going to fight," but she never said, "I'll win."
And that goes to a lot of the doublespeak that Danielle Smith does. But she's never actually said, "I'm in this to win," when it comes to things like separation. Because she knows she can't. This is a battle, allowing this referendum to happen is an unwinnable battle, but it's something that she can focus people on to distract from all the horrendous things that she's doing. And the trick is she never acknowledges that part. She just never says it.
That's the difference between her and us. We don't pick fights. We win them. We look at legitimate grievances, legitimate concerns, and we figure out how to fix it for people. And I know Albertans are really worried about getting to the end of the month. Albertans are worried about the price of groceries and auto insurance and utilities and housing. Albertans are worried about having decent jobs for themselves and for their kids. They're worried about public health care being there when they need it. They're worried about schools being ready for their kids. They're worried about their kids being able to attend university here in Alberta. Danielle Smith doesn't worry about these things because she worries about herself. She worries about power. She worries about politics. She doesn't worry about the things that make a difference for Alberta because that's what she does. But what I want everyone to remember today is who stands for Alberta and who is willing to denounce separatists. Like a certain other conservative leader who brought coffee to the convoy, Danielle Smith coddles people.
Pierre Poilievre, that's who he's talking about. Pierre Poilievre brought coffee to the Freedom Convoy when they were occupying Ottawa and making the life there living hell for the people who live there. Pierre Poilievre is like, "Oh, here's some Timmies for you, eh?" And marched with them and all that sort of stuff. So that's who he's talking about right there. Hello, Abernathy.
Who want to tear our nation apart. She doesn't tell them that they're wrong. She doesn't argue with them. She doesn't say, "I disagree with you." Today, finally, for the first time in months and months, she said, "I'm not a separatist, but." There is no but, Premier Smith. Instead of subjecting us to these endless panels, instead of dragging out this fight, instead of making people feel angrier and more misled, instead of scaring away business investment and jobs from Alberta with your terrible policies and the uncertainty that you're creating for business, let's just do this now. Premier, you've got two choices. Actually denounce separatism, no ifs, no ands, no buts. Say you're a proud Canadian, you're a proud Albertan, and you won't stand for a referendum, or just
Just say that out loud. Just say, because right now she's saying, oh, I don't support it. Say you denounce it. Like, say you don't want it. Like, just absolutely hard, make it clear that way.
call a referendum. Just do it. Call it now. Let's ask Albertans to decide. And when you get the resounding, thumping defeat that you so richly deserve, let's get on with the job of building a better Alberta and a better Canada. And to my fellow Canadians, I invite you to experience a little bit more of this great province. I invite you to understand that we're not just an economic powerhouse. We're a vibrant, exciting...
Okay, and then just goes into a pitch about Alberta. Just a couple more from this segment. Oh, we covered that one. And so this, I just found this hilarious. Because who else to ask about separation than, you know, Yves François Blanchet, you know, the leader of the Bloc Québécois. I don't want to like him because he's a horrible person in some aspects, but there is just something about his suave smugness that I find very enduring. Because he's all about separation too in Quebec. And, you know, Quebec, they're environmentalists that are racist is basically what it boils down to. And so there's lots of issues with this person. But his voice, for one thing, love his voice. But he has like this, I guess the best way to describe it is a suave smugness that I find just, I kind of like it. Even though, you know, what he says here is a bunch of bullshit, but I kind of like it. So somebody was asking him, you know, what advice do you have to Alberta for separating?
For a long time, we've been talking about trying to separate from Canada. Now we're seeing that out in Alberta. For the people in Alberta who want to separate, do you have any tips for them on how to actually get the job done?
Our success so far does not place me in a position to give them tips about what to do, but I could give.
Yeah. So basically, we have not been able to do it here, so I am not the best person to ask about tips. But I will still answer.
Give them tips about what not to do, not now. The first idea is to define oneself as a nation. Therefore, it requires a culture of their own. And I am not certain that oil and gas qualify to define a culture.
Shade. Alberta does not have a culture. Oil, gas, not a culture. They need to have their own culture before they can talk about separation. Bernappy, stop playing with things on the desk.
But it's theirs to decide if they want to vindicate the right to self-determination. I would never interfere in that. It belongs to them. I would like us to be the first to do so.
Mr. Blanchet, for a long time, we've been
I
talking
love that at the end too. But I would like us to be first to separate. As again, it's such a suave smugness coming from him that I kind of like. And of course, yeah, I'm a sucker. He has a great voice. I actually like the Quebec French accent. Okay. So I only have one more docket after this. That's kind of a mishmash of different stories and shouldn't take too long to go through. Let me just double check it. Yeah, it won't take terribly long to get through the last docket of mishmash stories. So before that, go and check the SandBox. And Abernathy, you have to show your pretty face. Come on. There we go. There we go. Show your pretty face. And if you're going to be on my lap, you have to show everyone your pretty face. There we go. And for those of you who are new to the SandBox because of the raid, see this picture right here? I drew that. That's my drawing of a cat I once had. I do artwork. You can check it out at SandeeLovas.com. I do commission portraits, although I don't think I'd be doing a portrait for anyone in overseas, because shipping it would be, I think, cost prohibitive. It's not that I'm against doing it. If somebody wants to pay for it, great. But yeah, because shipping is not included with the price. Yeah, let's check. I got some super chats in here, and luckily I know how to look for those. And sorry, there's a lot of cat fur right now because this cat shits like a motherfucker. So got another super chat from Chris Tebow. $10. Wow, thank you so much. Just to tell me how to pronounce your name, which I appreciate. It's pronounced Tebow. It's French, lol, don't feel too bad. The only one to ever nail it first try was David Dole, and only because of a hockey player by the same name. That would make sense. Tebow. Chris Tebow. And another $2 super chat from Rachel Atwood. Alberta separatists should check out Transcenera? I'm butchering that. I'm not sure what that's about, but thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And another one from Rachel Atwood, another $2 super chat. These chiefs speak with such a beautiful lilt. Yeah, they were so great. And it's so cathartic to just have somebody talk so directly to Danielle Smith about the bullshit she's doing. Okay, let's scroll back up in the... Oh, I'm up as high as I can go, and I think... Yep, there's some crossover. People talking about fingernails and toenails. Like, I need to hear about that. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Oh, this fur gets flying and it tickles my nose. Let's see. Jet Cat is giving me death glares. I gotta give him his snacks. Be right back. Can take this out of my ear hole. There is a video in the next segment that I want to do, but until then, I can take that out so he doesn't decide to eat the cord. Come here. Come here. There we go. Down. Oh, that's so tickly. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, it's a breakaway region in eastern Moldova that never wanted to leave the Soviet Union and has since called themselves independent, with Russian airbase controlling everything. I think that's what you were talking about in your super chat. PB, Lynn, the purpose of the church has always been to uphold patriarchal control over everything and everyone. Agree on that. That's part of a conversation, but it's part of the reason why I'm not keen on religious institutes, is what they were used for, control-wise and whatnot. Let's see. Vicky Clee, First Nation people are why I get unreasonably angry when Euro-descended Yusins weighing on about go back to your own country to other immigrants, especially those from South America. So like when I was 17, I ran away at like 2 a.m. My heart in the moment plan was to go to the mountaintop and become a monk. After maybe 3 hours of walking, the cops stopped me and then drove me 20 minutes back home. I had a great plan, foiled by my lack of planning. Let's see. Let's see. People wondering about the journey to the Almost Mountains. I don't want to picture certain affairs. That's not a mental image I want in my head. Lynn, when your plan to win votes instead unites a bunch of disparate groups who vehemently disagree with you and radicalize moderate libs even further away from you, yes, I thank them for that. Yes, the whole united against one evil. Let's see. Comments. Lots of really good engagement happening in the sandbox, which is good. Engagement in the sandbox helps in the algorithms. Looney Tunes 9000, welcome to the sandbox. Happy Mother's Day to all of our mums out there. Yes, I called my mother today and said happy day of the mom. Let's see. Almost to the bottom of the sandbox. People making references to ASMR voice. People liking to see my kitty cat. Abernathy is a very handsome kitty. Let's see. Del Silver, you're very talented, Sandy. Why, thank you. Talking about my artwork. Rachel Atwood, do you still have Emma's portrait? Yes, I didn't draw it to sell it. It was part of my own portfolio, and I don't think I'm going to be bumping into Emma anytime soon, as I can't cross the border. So even if I could afford to go to a live showdown, if they have another one, yeah. Also, I'm saying I'm not happy with it. Like, I'm happy with it, but I'm not happy with it, if it makes any sense. Like, yes, it's a good drawing. It looks like Emma, no doubt about it, but I feel like it could be better. And I don't think it's anything that I can improve on within the current drawing. I'll have to do a new one. But that's on my list of things to draw. So it won't be my next drawing by far. But I have other drawings that I want to get working on. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, I let my cats out for supervised play and now have to give them pat downs for ticks hiding in their fur. Ew. I do want to harness train my two boys, the young ones, to maybe take them out for walks and stuff like that, but it'd be very supervised, of course. But also just to run up and down the hall of my building so that they can get more exercise. But I have to be very careful if I do that, because there are dogs on this floor. And so if the elevator opens while they're out there and somebody's coming in with their dog, then that could be very problematic. So we'll see. But I definitely, Abernathy's chunky. I need to get his weight down. Let's see. Oops. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. And yeah. Okay. And I'm down to the bottom of the sandbox, so we can get back into it. So I have a few stories that are just kind of like little odds and ends, but I still feel that are important to talk about before we unwind for the evening. First one. Recently, Donald Trump and Mark Carney had a little sit-down talk. And I'm very conflicted as to how that went, because I was mentioning at the beginning of the stream, cathartically speaking, I would have loved to see Mark Carney do a complete smackdown of Donald Trump. But I understand why he can't. It's a very delicate balance that he has to play of not offending him, trying to stay in his good graces. But god damn it, I wish that he would be a little bit more direct and just telling him, shut the fuck up about the whole Canada being the 51st state stuff. But also, his talk of military and taking over Greenland potentially by force. Like, here he is talking about the United States, talking about using the military to take over in their sovereign area. So much for all those anti-war people who voted for Trump. Not that they would find some way of saying, this isn't about war, this is something else. It's about resources, as a lot of wars tend to be. But here's a little blurb that of a reporter actually challenging him on this talk about Greenland, but then he also mentioned something about Canada in here. Because the question was, would you rule out military force to take Canada?
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could.
I also do not think he would ever use military force to take over Canada. There are other ways of doing it that I don't, someday there was a time when I'm like, it would never happen. And these days, who knows?
Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for
I'm glad he followed that up, because the way he was talking is like, here's the question about like, will you use military force to take over Canada? And he says, well, I would never rule it out. With Greenland, it's like, this is one of those very clippable moments that if somebody had just cut that before he said with Greenland, it totally sounds like he doesn't rule out military force taking over Canada. Just the way he talks is very discombobulated. Not that I should say anything about that, because the way I talk is really discombobulated.
Ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not
I
with
think
Canada?
It's highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really, we are.
Kind of, yeah, they will. Because it's in the United States' best interest to have a friendly neighbor.
But the truth is, they don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
Okay. He just keeps on talking in circles about that. But I'm like, I heard a claim from Donald Trump that Canada isn't paying its fair share when it comes to military force. And like with all things, I had to look into it. And it turns out, actually, he's not that far off when it comes to NATO. So update Canada's military expenditure and NATO's 2% spending target. We're below it. We are below it, and it's one of the we're below it, and we pay the least out of almost all, not all, but almost all of the NATO countries. So Canada has been a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, since its inception in 1949. The purpose of NATO is to guarantee freedom and security of its members through political and military means. Government of Canada states that NATO is a cornerstone of Canadian security and defense policy. Let's see. There are 2 defense spending guidelines agreed upon by all member nations. The first is to set their total annual military expenditure to at least 2% of GDP, and the second is to spend at least 20% of military expenditure on new equipment. NATO observes the motivation of these goals are both to demonstrate the overall military readiness of the alliance to fulfill its objective and blah, 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 blah. So let's go down. Is the graph that I want to see on this one? No, the graph I want to see is on this one. So this is also from NATO defense expenditure, NATO's for 2014 to 2024. So NATO collects defense expenditures data from allies and publishes it on a regular basis. Each allies minister defense reports current estimated blah, 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 blah. But let's look at the graphs. Let's look at some of these graphs. So here we have graph 3, defense expenditure as a share of GDP and equipment expenditure as a share of defense expenditure. So this line here is that 20% towards new expenditure, like new military equipment. And then this line here is the defense expenditure as percent of GDP. And so the guide here, the NATO guide, is 20% on spending on the military, like the other article said, and the NATO guideline here is 2% of GDP towards this shared expenditure. And here's Canada. Below the 2% and below the 20%. That BEL, Belgium, I'm thinking, is the only one that's less than us. So Trump was actually kind of right? What? Also, I'm not complaining. I think I don't want to be spending more money on military. I think we already spend plenty on military that could be better spent elsewhere. But yeah, sometimes when I do these fact checks because I want to be like, ha, they're so wrong on this, I'm like, oh, okay, they're right on this one. This is because manipulators, they tend to say a lot of things that are false, or they say things that they believe to be true that aren't, but then they also sprinkle in elements of truth. That's how manipulators tend to work. And so it's always a good practice to check things that they just say out of the blue, statistics or numbers. And occasionally they're not far off. So I just thought this was interesting. That I'm like, haha, I'm sure Canada spends way more than what he thinks. I guess not. And it is true that we don't need to, because if anyone were to try to invade Canada, they'd also have to go up against the United States, most likely, unless it's the United States that's actually invading us. That's a different story. Because, yeah, it's in the United States' own best interest to not have a hostile neighbor. But here is just a clip from the sit-down of Mark Carney and Donald Trump, when Donald Trump was talking about, like, oh yeah, 51st state. Like, to have to publicly sit there in front of a crowd while Donald Trump is saying some of the most batshit crazy things and try to look professional. Again, he's not a career politician, Mark Carney. And so some people are saying, oh, look at his expressions. I think he schooled his expressions extremely well, considering that if I had been sitting there, the expressions on my face and the little murmuring you would hear from me would be so much worse, because I have a hard time not showing my emotions through my face.
As you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership, and I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will.
That's also revitalized it in such a way of people circling the wagons against the United States. Like, maybe we shouldn't be so reliant on the States for things because they're unreliable. So let's start looking at all these other things. And it really has revitalized all of that. But I saw a bit more of this press conference. And, Mark Carney did a fairly decent job. He could still tell a couple jokes, still just sitting there when Donald Trump is like, well, never say never about the 51st state. And Mark Carney under his breath is like, never, 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 never. It's not an easy position to be in, for sure. And he was asked about it afterwards. So this is from Rachel Gilmer. What was going through Carney's mind as Trump talked about us as becoming the 51st state today? I've been careful always to distinguish between wish and reality, Carney said. Well, let's listen to what he said.
I was watching your face through the meeting in the Oval Office, and I wondered what was going through your mind when the president talked about erasing the artificial border and how he criticized your predecessor and Madam Freeland.
Thank you for your question. I'm glad that you couldn't tell what was going through my mind.
I'm glad you couldn't tell because what was going through my mind wasn't exactly camera appropriate.
Was going through. With respect to the first point, the president has made known his wish about that issue for some time. I've been careful always to distinguish between wish and reality. I was clear.
I wish for a unicorn. That's not reality.
There in the Oval Office, as I've been clear throughout on behalf of Canadians, that this is never going to happen. Canada is not for sale. It never will be for sale. Some things, as I said in the room, some things are never for sale. And he agreed with that. I distinguish between the two, and then with respect to the importance of reestablishing a constructive relationship for negotiations of a partnership, of an economic and security partnership, which is what we were here for. I look forward, not back, and I think we established a good basis today.
Now, something else that kind of came out from all of this talk between leaders and stuff is that Trump is actually quite proud of himself for something. And that is Trump delighted by his influence on Canada's election. He's delighted he helped the Liberals win. Sorry, I got a cat back on my lap and he moves things around and I have to hold things out of his chomping distance because there's a cord here and he looks at the cords like they're spaghetti. A little bit from this Global News article. So U.S. President Donald Trump seemed positively delighted about the impact he had on Canada's federal election, a U.S. journalist said while recounting a recent interview with the president. Ashley Parker was one of 3 writers at The Atlantic who interviewed Trump in the Oval Office for an article published late last month before Canadians elected a Liberal minority government in last week's election. How about, sorry, sweetie, you gotta go down. There we go. The interview transcript includes a brief section on Canada where Trump again said he is serious about making Canada the 51st state. So down here, and mused about the close election race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Trump sort of gleefully said, once I became president in Canadian elections, I really turned it into a close call. I kind of threw it from the Conservatives to the Liberals, Parker told Mercedes Stephenson in an interview that aired Sunday on the West Block. That's not his political ideology, but he seemed positively delighted at what he saw, the outsized influence he had on their country's election. You know, you kind of have to hand it to Trump on this one, where it's like, I didn't help the Conservatives lose. I helped the Liberals win. Therefore, I'm a winner. Like, this, all he hears is that he helped somebody win, and that makes him happy, even though it's not the party he would have liked to have in power. So according to the Atlantic transcript of the interview with the magazine's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg asked Trump if he seriously wants Canada to become a U.S. state, and be great, whatever. A lot of people, so I think, let's see, a lot of people say that, but I'm okay with it if it has to be, You know, until I came along, remember that Conservative was leading by 25 points, he said. Then I was disliked by enough Canadians that I've thrown the election into a close call, right? I don't even know if it's a close call. It kind of was. But the Conservatives, they didn't like Governor Trudeau too much, and I would call him Governor Trudeau, but he wasn't fond of that. After the Trump made similar remarks to reporters during a cabinet meeting the day after the election, following his call with Carney, where Trump congratulated the prime minister on his victory. They both hated Trump, and it was the one that they both hated Trump, and it was the one that hated Trump, I think, the least that won, Trump said last week. It is so hard to figure out, when it's in quotes, who's talking because of how Trump will talk about himself in the third person. I actually think the Conservatives hated me much more than the so-called liberal. It's like, it's not the win he thinks it is. It's wild. It's wild how he's taking credit for it like it's a positive thing. And like, to me, it's a positive thing that he had that effect on the Canadian election. But he shouldn't have any effect on our election. He should be a non-player in the situation, a non-factor. But this vote for Carney was also a rebuke of Donald Trump. But I don't think Donald Trump's ego could handle it, hearing that, so he has to make it about him and how he won. Absolutely brilliant child's play there. And a little bit more on election news. Conservative fundraising email suggests Liberals trying to tip the scales in recounts. We don't need this. The amount of right-wing rhetoric that is trickling up to Canada from the United States is just so annoying, because this is like the whole separation talk. It's making fights out of things that shouldn't be fights, that were never fights in the first place. And it's stoking up all this anger and division in the country. We don't need this here. Our election system is very reliable in Canada, and it's very, we have scrutineers, we have people from all parties at every polling station to make sure that things are checking out. The last thing we need is for all this conspiracy bullshit to be coming up here. So a Conservative Party fundraising email alleges that the Liberals are trying to tip the scales in riding recounts, language political watchers say is concerning, as some Canadians say they don't trust the results of last week's election. So undermining the faith that Canadians have in elections, like, the Conservative Party needs to be held account to this sort of thing, because this is very damaging to our electoral system to even be suggesting that it can't be trusted, because this is one of the very trustworthy, I don't agree with the results all the time, but I agree that they're real, that those are the actual results. I don't doubt that. So the email sent to the Conservatives' mail list on Wednesday solicit donations to help us hold the line as recounts play out. The Liberals are working to flip just enough seats to edge closer to a majority. We can't let that happen. You can't work to flip a seat after the election has been held. The votes are there. They're in the boxes. They need to be counted or recounted or whatever. There's nothing that the Liberals do to have influence on it at this point. If we don't act fast, we risk losing the gains we made on election night. How? There's nothing that the Conservatives or the Liberals can do during a recount to tip the scales. This is not a thing. It's not a thing. It concludes by saying the Liberals are fighting hard to tip the scales. Under Canadian law, recounts are automatically triggered when the difference in the number of votes received by top finishing candidates is 1% or 0.1% or less of the total number of votes cast. A candidate can also request a judicial recount under certain circumstances. Elections Canada is the independent agency responsible for overseeing the federal election and recounts following the rules set out in the Canada Elections Act. The Conservative Party did not respond to a CBC News request to explain how they think the Liberals are tipping the scales. So we don't need to go through the rest of this, but just sending out this rhetoric to their base that is already susceptible to conspiracy theories and right-wing talk, because that's why they're part of the group, is so damaging. And then to have this happen on top of that email makes a lot of those right-wing conservatives, conspiracy thinking brained people think, oh, this is definitely, fixed. Because a Quebec riding that was being recounted swung in favor of the Liberals by 1 vote. 1 vote. You know that phrase, every vote counts? 1 vote. So Quebec riding of Trombone flips to Liberals after recount shows candidate won by single vote. Liberals now have 170 seats in the House of Commons, too shy of a majority government. We'll get into some of the recounts that are happening right now, but they still won't get a majority. So now these conspiracy brain people are thinking, oh, they fixed it. They fixed it for that 1 vote. They counted until they found that 1 vote or whatever. This doesn't change the situation. The Liberals now, they don't magically have more power now than they did before. They just need fewer people to sign on with whatever legislation that they're trying to pass. So after a judicial recount, the Quebec riding of Chambon has flipped to the Liberals, who have been beaten the Bloc Québécois by 1 vote. The results means the Liberals have 170 seats in the House of Commons, just too shy of a majority government. On Wednesday, Chief Electoral Office of Canada, Stéphane Perreault, announced the judicial recount after results showed incumbent Bloc Québécois MP Nathalie Sinclair beat Liberal challenger with a whole bunch of names that I don't know. And so, so one was 23,352 and the other one was 23,351. So according to Canada's election rules, a recount is automatically triggered when, we got to that. So, where was the other part that I wanted to get to in this? So, Trombone had originally been called for the Liberals the day after the votes were cast, but the riding flipped to the Bloc during the validation process, which is different from a recount. So this is why you were seeing some back and forths the day of the election. Validation is a procedure in which Election Canada double checks and verifies the numbers reported on election night. So they're just looking at the numbers that were given to them. They're not looking at the ballots, whereas an official recount is looking at the ballots. So there are 2 different types of validation recounts that happen. So one is just verifying the numbers they got. The other one is actually checking the recounts. So when they verified the numbers on the day of the election, it swung to the Bloc Québécois. but after the recount. So even though the initials like, oh, the Liberals won. The validation, no, it's the Quebecois. The recount, that's the Liberals based on ballots. And so I just want to point out, so these are the other ridings that are currently still going through recounts. And so this one is the one that just finished with the 1 vote difference. So here, the Liberals are in the lead, and this was also an automatic recount. And that's in Ontario. Another one in Newfoundland where the Liberals are currently in the lead, also automatic recount. And then down here we have another one in Ontario where the Conservatives are in the lead. And the Liberal Party requested a recount because it was not automatic in this case, and it was granted. So even if this one flips to the Liberals, these two are already in the Liberals' favor, they're still not going to have a majority. And there's also the possibility that these two flip to the Conservatives. It works both ways. So the idea that there's somehow, you know, fixing the vote and stuff, it's just, it's a non-starter. But, you know, happenstance moments like this, when it's a vote off, phew, like I said, every vote counts. And here in Ontario, there was one riding that flipped to the NDP by 4 votes. So this whole notion that your vote doesn't matter is just used to keep people away from voting. It's just used to suppress the vote. There's nothing in it actually does matter. In some ridings, not so much, because some ridings always lean heavily to one party or another. But in certain ridings, get out and vote. Municipal elections, every vote counts in those ones. So on to the next story that I kind of have. Shocking no one. World's richest 10% caused 2/3 of global warming. Yeah, and I just felt this was important to have in my docket, but because it's always important to remind ourselves that global warming is still happening. So the world's wealthiest 10% of individuals are responsible for 2/3 of global warming since 1990, researchers say. And this is, you know, their vehicles, their planes, their industries, their houses, and all this sort of stuff. They have a much, much larger footprint when it comes to climate change than somebody who's living in a 1-bedroom apartment and has no vehicle. But a lot of these rich people could easily cut out 90% of their wealth and their ownership of property and still be just fine. Just fine. So how the rich consume and invest has substantially increased the risk of deadly heat waves and drought. They reported in the first study quantified the impact of concentrated private wealth on extreme climate events. We link the carbon footprints of the wealthiest individuals directly to real-world climate impacts, lead author Sarah, a scientist, said. It's a shift from carbon accounting towards climate accountability. See, it's getting to the point in the stream where I'm like, I'm reading these things and sounds are coming out of my mouth, but I'm not really reading them coherently at this point. Because the longer I do this, the more the dyslexia starts kicking in and the harder it can get for me to sight read. So burning fossil fuels and deforestation have heated Earth's average surface by 1.3 degrees Celsius, mostly during the last 30 years. It's bad. It's bad. So billionaires tax. Owners of capital, he noted, could be held accountable for climate impacts through progressive taxes on wealth and carbon incentive investments. Earlier research has shown that taxing asset-related emissions is more equitable than broad carbon taxes, which tend to burden those on lower incomes. I think this would be a good idea. Will it go through? Recent initiatives to increase taxes on the super rich and multinationalists have mostly stalled, especially since Donald Trump regained the White House. Last year, Brazil, as host of the G20, pushed for a 2% tax on the net worth of individuals with more than $1 billion in assets. Although G20 leaders agreed to engage cooperatively to ensure ultra-high net worth individuals are effectively taxed, There have been no follow-ups up to date. You know, it's funny when the people who are there to write the legislations are the ones that are the ultra wealthy. It's funny then how legislation never is written that would actually hamper their profits. You know, when you have them making legislation that benefits them, as opposed to, you know, the globe. In 2021, nearly 140 countries agreed to work toward global corporate tax for multinational companies, with nearly half endorsing a minimum rate of 15%, blah, 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 blah. And so, again, the people who get into government tend to be part of the wealthy. They're part of the 1%. And so here we have the Ford government ordered to dig deeper on private meetings during a Greenbelt decision. I'm not going to get too much into this. I've covered the Greenbelt over and over again. It is a scandal. It was being bought off. And they are hiding meetings still, marking them as private as opposed to they should be accessible to the public. But this is what happens when you have wealthy people in the government making laws and legislation and passing, you know, things like what happens to the Greenbelt. Doug Ford is rich. He's going to help his rich buddies, even at the expense of the Greenbelt, the environment which we so desperately need to work on improving right now. He doesn't care. They only care about their bottom line, their money going into their pockets. You know, the rest of the world be damned. They'll be fine. They'll be able to find a home with air conditioning that, you know, is in areas that won't be flooded or forest fire. They think they'll be fine, and for the most part, they will. To constantly have these rich people in the positions of making laws is just so destructive for humanity. Let's see. I had three more one-off stories that I wanted to get to. I'm tired. It's 4 hours I've been doing this. So I tell you what, I'll show you what the articles were and you can look into them if you want. From CP24, denied again, Canada post-employee long-term disability claim denied because cancer diagnosis came during strike. I read the article, the headline is accurate. So a longtime Canada Post employee was denied her short-term disability claim earlier this year because her cancer diagnosis came during the strike period. The decision was later reversed, but now she's facing the same roadblock, but this time regarding her long-term disability claim. It's a battle. It's definitely a battle, said Chantel, who has worked in Canada Post for 24 years. So she's undergoing chemotherapy right now. She's trying to just, you know, fight to be healthy and stuff, and her son has had to step up and try to fight to make sure that she actually gets her compensation. And corporations are just soulless entities that are very quick to be like, no, people, if they'll look for any excuse not to pay out the insurance money that they should be paying out. Just any excuse to deny people what they've been paying into their whole life. It's disgusting. This is from CTV News. Experts call Kennedy's plan to find autism cause unrealistic. For many experts, U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s promise for pulling back the curtain to find autism's cause in a few months is jarring and unrealistic. That's because it appears to ignore decades of science linking about 200 genes that play a role in the quest to understand differences inside the brain that can be present at birth. And so this article talks a little bit more about what autism is and stuff. And right now, you'll hear RFK say there's a surge in autism cases. And when he just says that, I think a lot of people imagine profound autism, as they refer to in here. So where people are nonverbal, where they're not able to really participate in society the same way as most other people. But the drastic increase in autism rates isn't from that. That has remained stable, that number. It's for people like me. As a child, I would not have been diagnosed with autism. I'm autistic. And so suddenly there's this big increase because let's see. So autism rates are rising, not among profound cases, but milder ones, says autism expert Helen of Boston University. That's because doctors gradually learned that milder symptoms were part of autism spectrum, leading to changes in the late 1990s and early 2000s in diagnosis guidelines and qualifications for educational services, she said. But they're saying that this is that there could be some environment. Oh, hello, Lucy Hayes in your audience. Thank you so much. Second rate in this stream. Wonderful. Super appreciate it. But yeah, so this goes into, autism. A lot of it is genetic. There could be some environmental elements to it and whatnot. But yeah, and this is part of the last one. Something popped up on my phone. I'm sure you heard the notification go off earlier. That is related. Well, it's not related to this. It's in the same category, talking about trans issues. Hello, Lucy Hayes audience. So this is from Ari Drennan. Fencer Stephanie Turner says she prayed to God that she'd get a chance to face a trans opponent so that she could forfeit. She was promptly given $5,000 by anti-trans clothing company. So this disgusting human being made a big scene out of forfeiting immediately in a competition against a trans woman as a fencer, even though Turner competed against men in a co-ed tournament just 7 days before she refused to spar with a trans opponent. So even in her eyes, if this trans woman is a man, she's not against competing against men. And
bring us back to that moment. And what
I was thinking of showing this, but this video, it's disgusting. What she says in it is disgusting. She misgenders the trans woman that she was up against. The trans woman actually showed grace in saying, okay, yeah, I get it, when she immediately forfeited the match. And she says that, oh, I can't play against men. I won't play against men. But she does play against cis men. Playing against a trans woman in fencing, there's no biological advantage there. And at one point, this douche canoe is unsure of the gender to use for the trans woman. And it's really awkward and gross. So I don't feel the need to actually show this video. People can look it up if you like. But I just wanted to get to a couple things on my other Twitter feed. So right before stream, I was given permission to share this. So a little while ago, I had on my stream Audrey Rose Beavers. She is a trans woman in the U.S. military. And I think people who are following the news around that learned recently that trans military members are being kicked out of the service, regardless of how long they've served and all that sort of stuff. And she shared with me the letter that she got about this. So let's see, is that going to be big enough for people to see? So memorandum for senior Pentagon leadership, commanders of the Combatant Complaint Defense Agency and DoD field activity directors. And this was sent out on May 8th. And this is from the DoD. Subject, implementing policy on prioritizing military excellence and readiness. You know, kicking out a whole bunch of people because they're trans does not help. And the amount of money that has to go into rehiring and finding new recruits and training them far exceeds, anything that makes any realistic sense here. The military is not spending that much on gender-affirming care. They spend far more on Viagra for the service people under them. This is just, it's just attacking trans people. It's just transphobia. Full stop. That's all this is. It's singling them out, demonizing them, because most people who are in the military they really don't care what gender the person is next to them. They only care about if they're competent in what they're doing, if there's somebody that they can rely on. Plus, a lot of the people, such as Audrey, she's in the military, but she's not a combatant. She does other things, because you can be part of the military, but not actually what we visualize as like a soldier or something of that sort. There's other duties and responsibilities that have to be done on military bases. And so even those people who are trans are being kicked out. So this is the letter. As the President of the United States clearly stated in Executive Order 14183, prioritizing military excellence and readiness in January 27th, 2025, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards for necessary military service. Service by individuals with current diagnosis or a history of or exhibiting symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria is not in the best interest of the military service and is clearly consistent with interests of national security. On Tuesday, May 6, 2025, the United States Supreme Court granted the U.S. government request stay of preliminary injunction in Schilling versus United States. As a result, the following policy memoranda are reinstated effectively immediately. Secretary of Defense memoranda prioritizing military excellence and readiness. So this just lists all the things that they were talking about should now be in effect immediately. So in accordance with policy now reinstated, service members who have current diagnosis or history of or exhibit symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria may, so it's not even people who are out trans people. It's just if you exhibit symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria, may elect to separate voluntarily. Such service members may also be eligible for voluntary separation pay. But what happens to their benefits? Let's just finish reading this. The eligibility window to self-identify for voluntary separation is extended to June 6, 2025 for active component service members. Sorry, cat, stay away from that. The eligibility window to self-identify is just a few months away. Active component service members in July 7th for 2025 for reserve component service members. Additionally, the military department will immediately begin processing for, switch to the next one, separation service members who previously self-identified for voluntary separation to March 26, 2025. On conclusion, the self-identification eligibility window, the military department will initiate involuntary separation process pursuant the office under the Secretary of Defense for Personnel Readiness Memorandum prioritizing military excellence readiness, military department identification, March 21st, 2025. Under the Secretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness is authorized and delegated the authority to provide additional policy implementation guidance is needed outside of the normal DoD insurance process to ensure swift implementation of this direction. This authority may not be further deregulated. So just very, 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 very quick in doing this. Absolutely. It is just, it's transphobia. That's all it is. It's to target a group of people like this, not based on merits, but to use it as like the first stepping stone in really, cleansing out the military of what they don't approve of. It's scary what's happening down there, because the military was one of the biggest employers of trans folks because it accepted trans folks. To get a job as a trans person is very, very difficult. And down in the States, they're allowed to discriminate against that. Like here in Canada, they're not allowed to, but still do, because you would have to prove that they're discriminating against you based on your being trans, which is not something that's easily done. But in the United States, they can just be blatant about it. So for a lot of these service members, some of them who've been in there for over a decade, how do you just suddenly get a new job in just a couple months? The amount of damage this is doing, not to mention that a lot of these people live on the bases, so that means that they're going to be kicked out of their homes suddenly, move who knows where, is just... And the fact that the public is letting this happen, that there's not enough pushback, and I get there's a lot going on in the United States right now. There's a lot, especially with, you know, ICE agents going around kidnapping people. But the fact that it's been allowed to get this far, absolutely horrifying. And also I just wanted to, I saw this right before I started live streaming, and I just wanted to let people know. Mondale Robinson, he used to work at TYT, and he publicly stepped away from them, and I've been following some of what he's been doing and saying. Apparently he's okay, but he was in a really bad accident. So this is from Mondale Robinson's Twitter account. Thank you for the well wishes. And because he's a mayor, this got posted. Because he is a mayor, he, unlike what TYT was saying, he wasn't using them for clout. He's a mayor. But statement from Mayor Mondale Robinson. Last evening, approximately 11:50 p.m., Mayor Robinson was involved in a severe automobile accident. He wishes to inform his fellow residents of the incident and extend his deepest condolences during this challenging time. While commuting for work, the mayor was driving on a rural road when he encountered a herd of deer. In an attempt to evade the deer, the mayor overcorrected his steering, causing his vehicle to lose control. It struck wet grass, subsequently colliding with power lines and a tree. Fortunately, no other vehicles were involved in this incident. The mayor was promptly transported to a trauma unit where he is currently receiving treatment for serious but survivable injuries. He has since been discharged from an intensive care unit and admitted to his own room. It is a testament to divine intervention that he is responsive today, as his vehicle was severely damaged in the accident. The mayor sustained multiple injuries, including a deep gash to his head, as well as contusions and wounds to his arms and face. Additionally, he has multiple fractures in his knee, pelvis, and femur. The mayor expresses his gratitude for unwavering support from his family and friends and the entire community during this difficult time. He requests that you keep him in your thoughts and prayers as he prepares for surgery either this evening or tomorrow. Sincerely, the mayor. So, yeah, please do keep him in your thoughts. And if you follow him on any platforms, send out your wishes, let him know that you're thinking about him. But yeah, really, really tragic, survivable. I guess that's good. But yeah, just really scary. And from the sounds of it, just a complete accident that happened. So hopefully he has a full recovery from it. That's the hope. Okay, let's check the SandBox. Another $2 super chat from Rachel. Wow, thank you so much. Carney still greater than Stammer. Albanese should take note. I think you're talking about UK politics right there. So what has the SandBox been up to? As we start winding down for the evening, because I've been at this for like 4.5 hours and my voice is fried. And I still need to eat dinner and unwind for the evening. I have a very busy week ahead of me. So on Wednesday, I might be getting Blueprints of Disruption onto my channel to talk about the NDP and how they should rebuild. And that should be a very interesting conversation. I think it's tentative, like we've agreed that we would do it, but to me it wasn't set in stone by saying absolutely firm yes. So we'll see how that goes. So it would be, I think, a very good conversation to have, interesting conversation to have. Looking forward to it. And then I'm just busy with other things the rest of the week until like next Monday. I have tomorrow kind of off without any plans, and I had to choose that because I could have done something tomorrow evening, but I'm like, I'm going to totally burn myself out if I plan something for tomorrow evening. So I have a lot on the go over the next week. But I hope that during the day, since all these things are in the evening, to work on my videos for the election recap, a video about the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP that I want to recap, do short recap videos on. And I want to get those out of the way. And then once this week of activities is out of the way, a lot is in the clear for me to just work on the TYT video. So, and once that is off my plate, oh my gosh, I'll feel so much better, when I no longer have to think about that. And I've now resolved myself to the fact that even if it's no longer relevant to make that video, I'm still going to do it, God damn it. Because of the amount of effort I've already put into it, I'm just like, the amount of clipping I've done, the amount of searching transcripts of YouTube videos. There's a playlist that I will make available for people to check my sources so that nobody can claim that I clipped anything out of context. I will openly invite people to go and check the source to make sure, to confirm I didn't do that. There's over 100 videos on that playlist that I've watched for this stupid video. Granted, I didn't watch the full 4-hour video between him and Lex. That one I just did word searches for certain things. But like all the other videos on there I watched. And it's just like, yeah. And then all the clipping I've done and everything and trying to sort out the montages that I've been putting together. And it's just like, oh. So at this point, I'm like, yeah, I will still make the video, even if it's not relevant by the time I put it out. I just hope it still is relevant, because then it would help it in the algorithms. And my channel could use a boost right about now. It's been very, I've lost a few subscribers over the last little while. It's been very stagnant. I've also released a video. Go check it out on the video tab. Just talking about memberships on this channel and why people should become members if you can. If you can't, you can't. And I totally understand that. So let's see what the SandBox has been up to. People talking about food, and I'm really hungry. It's a good thing I have leftovers that all I have to do is pop it in the microwave and I'm good. Bo said, Sandy needs wireless earbuds. Someone, go, go, go. Do I have that? Are they wireless ones? Let me check. They're not wireless. I do have a pair of headphones on my wish list, but they're not wireless. But they hook over the ear, so the ones that just you push into your ear hole can really hurt my ears after a while. So if it hooks over, it's not as painful. And it's not painful right away. It's just, it really builds up and can become annoying that way. Just going to make sure that I have. Let's see. And it's not that I'm against getting wireless earbuds. I'm worried that the cat will eat it. Because I have a pair of headphones that I wear when I'm listening to music out on walks and stuff like that. And they're wireless. And I don't mind them too much. They work well enough. But the thought of getting like little wireless earbuds, it's a disaster of being lost very quickly. Rachel Atwood, back in Ukraine when I lived on second floor apartment, 2 of my kitties snuck out one summer day and we couldn't find them till the next day. It was exasperating. I've had cats slip out and it can be very stressing. And a couple times they never came home, which is very distressing. And sometimes it took a lot longer than a few days to find them, which is just when you're as close to your cats as I am, because you are wrecked for those days until you find out what happened to them. Grand Theft Autobot, did he not say unequivocally that Canada will never be a state for the U.S.? Mark Carney said that, yeah. But Donald Trump kind of dismissed that statement. Mark Carney sat there like, nope, never, never, never. Again, it's not an easy position to be in. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, I also heard a potential theory for why Trump is suddenly obsessed with Canada and Greenland. Are you going to tell? It might be down later on in the SandBox. Flow Snake. Is that supposed to be like snowflake, but you reverse the letters there? I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing. There are not other ways of doing it. If they tried economic force, a huge number of countries would support Canada. If they just tried to do it through influence ops, forget it. So Grand Theft Autobot continues their statement. When global climate change makes the U.S. uninhabitable, he and maybe some of the rich cronies need a place to escape to. There's always going to be places within the United States that I'm sure they can go to that the rich will be able to, you know, make into little arcs in a way. Let's see. PB, GTA, I mean, they're thinking of ways to save themselves all the time. I'm sure they've considered a million things. Yeah, they also have like those mega fancy bunkers type thing where it's like, oh, this could sustain 40 people and it even has an indoor lap pool or something like that. And those are just... they wouldn't work for one key factor that they never put into it. They make it seem like this luxury mansion underground that is, you know, fortified by all this sort of stuff so they can survive the apocalypse, but you can make them as fancy, as secure as you want, but it doesn't account for the human element. If you force 40 people into a confined space for years with limited resources, what do you think will happen? That could actually be made into a very interesting TV show. It's one of those things like when Tim Pool is always on about like, oh, he has his compound and, you know, when the Civil War happens, he'll be all secure because he has his guns and whatnot. And, you know, he has his compound. And again, he's not thinking about the human factor to all of this. Who's to say that he's going to be in charge? Like, what if a whole bunch of people will be like, I like your compound, but I don't like you being in charge? How is he going to stop them? Sure, he might have guns. So might they. Like, it's just, it never takes into account the human element of these things. And, you know, he might think that everything is all fine and dandy until somebody else comes along and says, I want that. And there's nothing around to protect him from some random person coming and stealing his compound at that point. But like, again, and just this idea of these underground bunkers that are suitable for 40 people, including servants, like literally security guards and servants. Well, what's to say if some of them don't decide to revolt and the conflict that will happen within? There's one movie that kind of touches on that in a very dark way. It's called The Divide. And only watch that if you're in the mood to be horrified. And so instead of like a luxury bunker, they get into a makeshift bunker at the bottom of a building that somebody had put together, and they weren't welcome in the first place, and only a handful of people make it in. And the movie does a very good job of their mental deterioration, especially as their supplies start to run out. So imagine 40 people in a confined space for years and years and years limited resources, maybe something happens and some of those resources aren't as, enough as what was originally thought was needed, because, maybe it goes bad, moldy, mice gets into it because maybe those bunkers weren't made exactly up to the code that they were promised. Nightmare fuel right there as to what would happen. So the rich can have a lot of grandiose ideas of how they would survive all the impending doom that they're creating. But the human element, they won't necessarily be able to escape that. They might be able to get into their fancy houses and, that's maybe a little bit further away from population centers and whatnot. But if it gets bad enough, there's nowhere on earth they can go that would keep them safe. So, if it gets to the point where they feel the need to flee to Canada or Greenland, it's already gone too far. I had a friend once that was worried about flood because there was a creek not too far from where she lived that was in a little valley. And I'm like, if that flood's so bad it reaches and threatens your home, the world has got bigger problems for it to get that bad. And that's kind of what it is. If the rich feel like they need to flee to Greenland or the northern parts of Canada to survive, a little too late. Just saying. It's too late. Christy Bow, Trump is only I think that's concerned because we buy arms off American companies. Maybe I kind of like the fact that we are considering the Gripen over the F-35 kind of thumb in the eye of the American that way. I know you're talking about fighter jets because I actually covered that on my channel. I forget which live stream it was, not too long ago, that instead of the American-made fighter jets, that Canada was now considering looking elsewhere because a lot of people don't necessarily even trust the Americans, and why give them our business? So I covered that. I covered that on my channel. Looney Tunes 9000, Fox Entertainment, not news. That was a clip. It was a clip. Lynn, unfortunately, what Canada spends on facilitating genocide is still far too much. Any amount is far too much. And yeah. Yeah. Let's see. John Martinez, you were able to have a whole nap while I was still on stream. I've been streaming too long. I need a break. I remember way back when I first started streaming, I'm like, I'm going to limit these to 2 hours. Now a short stream is 3 hours. Oh, I could have done so much more other than this stream, but I like doing it, so it becomes a little bit of a, I do like, I like this job. Be nice if it paid better, but, that Google and YouTube should pay me more for the work that I get put into supplying content for their channel. Rachel Atwood, Carney is Freeland's son's godfather. Dissing her was absolutely a personal attack against him. Ouch. I didn't know that, and I seriously doubt Trump knew that. But then to stay there and keep your expressions schooled the way he did. Also, another thing about the Greenland thing I think might be throwing them off is the United States probably thinks Greenland is huge based on the maps. And they're like, wow, it's almost the size of the United States. Of course, that's lots of land there that we can overtake. Except it's not the maps that we see. It's like when you peel an orange type thing. It looks bigger. They aren't accurate representations of the land masses. So Canada, Russia, Greenland, Iceland look far bigger than they actually are. They're big, no doubt about that. But they look far bigger than they actually are. So, you know, the Americans probably look at the map and be like, wow, Greenland is like huge. It's almost the size of the United States. We can totally take it over and have like a new country there. That's probably, you know what, that is Donald Trump IQ level thinking there. That wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. But if you're up high enough, you can probably see the entire island. Let's see. More talk in the SandBox. I guess some Pope related stuff. Rachel Atwood with a really long damn. Is that about the 1 vote difference? Also saying, isn't it a good thing that the Liberals have to give the NDP MPs something so that they can sign on to a particular bill? Yeah, minority governments are good because then they do have to cooperate to some extent, but it's so little power because if they have if they're 1 seat away, they just need Elizabeth May, and she's the only member of the Green Party in there. And so she could just agree. Or the Bloc Québécois can agree. So they will have to work with other parties to some extent, but they just need a couple other MPs from any other party to agree, and they're fine. But yeah, if they are 1 seat away, then yeah, Elizabeth May could form a coalition with them, her 1 seat, and make it so that she can get some concessions for the Green Party. Let's see. And everyone go check out Lucy Hayes' channel and go check out No Justice MTG. Looney Tunes 9000 Sparrows the Fox Entertainment Not News channel clip for our sake. If I had found that from a different channel, then I probably would have used it, but it's an actual clip of the news conference. It's not their commentary. And it was tweeted out by someone else, so it's not like Fox News is getting the hits for it. Jet, there's no biological advantage in fencing. It's about literal skill and technique, not strength or speed. You know, if you watch Star Trek Next Generation, you know, Jean-Luc Picard would fight against Guinan and she would kick his ass when it came to fencing. There's your Star Trek reference for the day. Rachel Atwood also saying there are 6'2" cis women and 5'2" cis men. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's Frodo. He does these really weird cries every now and then. I don't know if you can hear that or not. I suppose I forgot to give them their afternoon snack. Rachel Atwood, I desperately want to visit Greenland, but as an American, I suspect I would not be easily welcomed at the moment. Yeah, if I were to go to Greenland right now, I would definitely be blasting that Canadian flag over everything. Guitar Guy 80, I love TNG. Looney Tunes 9000. 17 hours later, Sandy had 7 cups of coffee, but then eventually fell the fuck to sleep. You guys heard the kitty, huh? Oh. It does that weird cry. Oh. I'm hoping it's nothing, but I am worried. He had a little bump on his skin, like a little skin tag, a little itty bitty one. And it's been there for quite some time. It's gotten bigger recently. I don't need to think about that right now. I don't know when I'll be able to lose him. I just know it's not now. Let's see. Bo said, what's with sci-fi authors starting religions? Wait, you mean Scientology? I will start my own religion. Hello, the Wild West. Cats are so smart and sneaky. They are. Well, my cat Mocha. He was Frodo's last brother before I had to, before I adopted Tulip. That cat was dumb as a doorknob. So he was not that smart. Frodo, extraordinarily intelligent cat. Like, he's the smartest cat I've had. The Wild West, Battlestar Galactica is Mormonism. Mormonism. Rachel Atwood, SandeeLovas. I don't know what I would call my religion. Unfortunately, Scientology's already taken because I would want to base it in science, like actual science. And so Scientology would actually be a representative name for a religion that I would create, but they've kind of tainted that word. Maybe, I don't know, the slinky religion, yeah. I don't know what I would call my religion, but I do have a unique religion that's worthy of its own name. There's talk of religion in this book. If you have the ability to buy it, please buy it. I've barely sold any since it came out over the past month. I'd love for it to pick up a little bit more steam because I love talking about it. And I look forward to getting these other projects out of the way so that I can work on writing stories about it again. Prequels and sequels and stuff. But I still need to find maybe a few people to sit down with that don't mind spoilers so I can soundboard with them some ideas that I have for the sequels and prequels. because there's a few areas where I just need some ironing out and help with the main crux of the story. But then they would get spoilers as to where the book is going and stuff. So they would get the spoilers, but they would help me write the book, and then there would still be stuff in it that people wouldn't, even if they sit down with me, wouldn't necessarily see coming. But there's the world of this book is so fascinating to me, and I also like how, especially the prequels, they're not about like world-ending scenarios. It's more like, Star Trek Next Generation was nice because it's episodic and, there wasn't, what's the word? A cataclysmic issue in every episode or anything. It's like the whole world wasn't in peril each and every single time. It wasn't end times every single episode. And some of the stories, the backstories, are very much more about personal growth and development and exploring oneself and what they believe, and just exploring the world of these vampires. It's not about end of the world scenarios. It's not so doomerism in the prequels anyway. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, Frodoism? I think Lord of the Rings people might not be on board with that. Guitar Guy 80, I consider myself agnostic. There's something beyond, but it's not God and heaven, lol. We had that talk, I think, last live stream. Like the differences between agnostic and atheism, and there's a whole bunch of different variations and stuff, and people, it's my understanding people who are atheists actively believe that there's nothing. But if like there was ultimate proof that there is something, then yeah, sure, they would change their mind, which is what I would hope for anyone in any religion. Whereas people who are agnostic are more, I don't know what it is, I just know that there's more. And it can vary to the extent, I think, because you're saying that you don't believe in a God, but you do believe that there's something more. And I think other agnostic people believe that there's something more, including the possibility of a God. Whereas I'm more like you. I have my own belief system. It does not include a creator or God or gods. But, the idea of like a soul and things of that sort, reincarnation based, is more of my belief system. But I believe that our souls evolved in the universe. Like it just evolved within the natural evolution of this universe, as opposed to being created by a god. And then, how reincarnation plays out is a little bit different than what I think standard reincarnation people think it is, because I don't believe that we would be restricted to this planet or this dimension. So, I never criticize people for believing in a singular creator or anything of that sort, which can sound outlandish to my ears, that there's this being up in the clouds that snapped his fingers and created Earth, when I know, if I get into the details of my belief system, other people are like, that sounds outlandish. So, it is what it is. But also, if there's any sort of like actual proof, then I'll change my mind. But that's with me and everything. I do have certain sets of values and principles and beliefs, but I will change my mind if presented with new evidence, new facts and evidence and experiences. Bozed, it'll sell. Don't worry. Give it time. Well, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Rachel Atwood, Jamie Peck used to host a vampire-themed podcast, but I have no idea if it's still now. I don't think it would still be going on now with everything else that's going on. But I would love to go on other people's show, like not just as me as Left of the Box, but, go on like a panel show as Minuet the vampire and throw in that level of politics because, believe it or not, This book, loaded with political and social commentary. And boy, would she ever have thoughts about what's going on right now that I think would be interesting in panel shows. And then I would get to improvise being her, which would just be so much fun. Playing that character. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be yawning in front of you guys. And no more talk about the spaghetti one because I'm hungry. So no more talk of the spaghetti monster. I'm hungry. I see spaghetti and I'm like, I have leftover mac and cheese with ground turkey on it for dinner, and that's like a pasta. Bo said we can live life without knowing or having to. And I agree with that. Because, like, I'm a very curious person. But, so I want to know these things. But let's say we learned that the Big Bang is the absolute way that the universe started. Or we learned that it started in a different way. Or any sort of, how does that change my reality? You know, my physical sense of right now. Like, there's so many things out there I would just love to know because I'm curious. But in the end, what does it change? And, you know, I have my belief system, but I'm also fine. And I also just acknowledge I could be wrong. It is what it is. I just have faith in it. And to me, faith is believing in things that can't be proven. But I am way too tired to get into more theological based discussions right now. John Davis, Minuet is hot. Are you talking about the cover? Or are you talking about when I was on the Letter Hack show as Minuet? John Davis, mac and cheese with turkey? It's ground turkey. I actually think turkey breast would be yummier on mac and cheese than ground turkey. I'm not a huge fan of ground turkey because when I eat ground meat, my mind and body craves ground beef. And ground turkey does not taste like ground beef. And I only got the ground turkey because my mom bought those fundraiser things that you can get from kids in elementary school. And sometimes it's chocolates, but other times it's like cheese and meats and stuff like that. And so she bought that to support her grandchildren. And then she realized that she didn't like the ground turkey. And it's not that I dislike it. I just don't like it as much as like ground beef. But it's meat I didn't have to pay for, so I will take it. And now people are just talking about more food, and that's just making me a lot more hungry. Bozette, it's funny how Canadian ground turkey is safe. Is it not safe elsewhere? Like in the United States, yeah, sure, that's a given. But like in other places, is it not safe? Yeah. I do like ground beef. Okay. I should be wrapping things up, but yeah, there's my book. Like I said, I'd love to have a few more people read it so that I can like pick their brains on it, because there's things about the prequels and the sequels that I need to air out. The prequels, for a lot of them, I already have some baseline stories. And so the prequels are going to work in such a way, like there's different characters in this book. And so there's going to be one-off stories. It's not like a set narrative of like you're following characters through the timeline. But there's going to be one-off stories of the different characters that go over aspects of their life. And sometimes the events that are focused on in one of their stories might overlap with somebody else. So if you read two different stories, you might see two different perspectives of the same event, which would be interesting. And for some of the characters, it's easy enough. I can do the research. But for a couple of the main characters, I'm like, I'm going to have to do a shit ton of research on it, because I tried to put very realistic elements in this book, and I actually had to do some investigation and research into figuring some of the things out that's in it. And so I want to have like historical, like accurate historical references and timestamps that these characters interweave with. And like I said, for some of them, it's not that hard, especially if we get into, more recent eras. And especially, yeah, if it's European centric, I'll probably have an easier time with it because I have some base knowledge of some of the things that have already happened. But two of the characters in particular that will have their own stories, but I need help kind of airing out what those stories will be. I have a little tidbit of idea, but I need more. Because one is 1600 years old and she's from India. And another one, he's one of the oldest vampires. So you're looking at just over 4,100, but not quite 4,200 years old. And he's from Nigeria. And that's not explicitly stated in this book. But he is. That's just it. He is. So I know nothing of what the world was like in those regions way back when. So that's going to take a lot of research to kind of get some base storylines going. Like I know, like I said, there's just the tiniest fragments of some of their backstories, but I need to do a lot more research and go over maybe historical events in certain areas that I can incorporate into why they became who they became. And then I'll have another story that overlaps with this book that kind of shows you what was going on, because this book is done in the first person of Minuet, but all the other stories are going to be done in third person, including stories that center her. And so there's going to be a story that overlaps with this book where you learn what was happening with everyone else and what led exactly to the events in this book. And then from there, it gets serialized into a narrative that goes forward. So I don't know if that made any sense, but that's the plan in my brain. Oh. But yeah, for all the new people, I wrote a book. It's actually the second book I wrote. The first book I can't talk about. And I tease my audience so much with that. But if you knew the book, you'd understand why. It's for my safety. It's just the content of the book might make me a target. And when I say might, I mean it will. And currently, I enjoy not being a target somehow. Despite not being a white male who's doing politics online, I'm not singled out. And I have received ignorable amounts of harassment. If that makes any sense. Nothing that has affected my conscious mind. So some of the best, we're talking about meat again, I'm seeing the ground beef in different locations and where it's safe and not safe and whatnot. The best beef I ever had was when I was visiting my cousins in Alberta. Yum. That was just the beef I had there from one of their local farms. Damn, that was good. That was some good beef. Rachel Atwood, good for you being a stickler for historical accuracy. Way too often lore simps on such details. I'd love to explain something about this book that I actually did do research on. So it's like, it takes place primarily in Ottawa. And so I'm using like real places in Ottawa. And I have to work on the timeline of the ages of the vampires, the different events. And so I have to like plot it all out on a graph type thing so that I can mark different points, and then when overlaps and stuff happen. And then that will help me with the overall narratives. But this book already makes references to different things in the past. And yeah, I want it to be accurate. And I don't think it's a spoiler if I say one of the vampires, I backtracked to roughly how old he was to find a historical figure that he came from. It's not a spoiler if I mention what was in the first chapter, because I've already read that online. And so they're not, vampires aren't created. They're not, you know, you don't bite people to make vampires. They are born, but to human parents. And then there's something within them that vampires can identify that they find before puberty can make them into vampires. And so I went back and historically and to see, because I wanted the one vampire to have like a significant, some historical figure to be one of his parents. And then the most perfect historical figure to be his parent popped in. And it's like, wow, that works so well. That works so well. But I had to do a lot of searching before I found that one. So yeah, there's already references to historical events in this book that I have to make sure I interweave within the stories. And I want to have, like I said, some historical accuracies. I already found one that I'm going with, relating to her kin, Raphael. A big incident that happened about 500 years ago that I think it's just spot on what I needed for this. So yeah, I want some, there might be, you know, some leeways with the events that I do, of course, but I do want them to at least be based on real events. So I'll have to learn more about Nigeria from 4,000 years ago. Oh. Oh shit, we have hit a 5-hour-long live stream. God damn it, Looney Tunes. It's not going to 6 hours. I'm way too hungry for that. Bozed, you've never had beef, lamb, or goat or pig? Vegetarian? Oh. You aren't mentioning fish, so I'm guessing maybe fish is part of your protein diet? Yeah, I'm not against eating meat. I do love meat, but when I could afford it anyway. That's the thing. When you live with poverty, you don't necessarily have the luxuries of certain moral things you want to do, like ethical things you want to do, because back when I had a little bit more money, I restricted my meat intake to things that were not factory farmed or processed. So only meat from local farms, that basically the animals were treated well. Because I do believe, you know, it is part of our biology. We were meant to eat meat. And so I'm not against that, but I do believe that the animals should have a chance at life and a good life and be treated well. before they serve their part in the great chain of life type thing. In factory farms, what happens on there, it's just don't even want to think about. But when you live with almost no money and you need something quick, you end up getting that processed meat and stuff, and yeah. But also, if I lived on a farm, I would probably never eat meat because I would get too attached to the animals. Rachel Atwood, shit, I'll just have to buy it, won't I? The book? Yes. Buy the book, buy the book. I think it's a good read. The way I talk about it, can't you see how passionate I am about it? It's not like, oh, here's this book I wrote one time, whatever. I am obsessed with the world that I have created in this book, and I can't wait to explore it more. Bo said, people who eat pigs have never met a pig. Yeah, I I would not be able to. If I lived on a farm, I would not be able to eat meat. Oops. Raphael was not initially named after the artist, but it's just one of those, like, the names just come to me when I'm writing the books. And it just so happens that, yeah, maybe he was named after the artist. Because he's around the right age for it, which was just, it was just a wonderful happenstance. The same with the other vampire that I wanted to have, like that famous, which is not Raphael, it's a different vampire, that I wanted to have like a more prominent person be one of his parents. The person I found was just so perfect for who he was. Like stuff that I had already written in the book, and then to find this out. And it's like, I want to tell you what it is. I don't know if it's too much of a spoiler to say. But it just worked out wonderfully. And with Raphael, he's around the right age that, yeah, he could have actually been named after the artist, even though that wasn't the original intent in my brain. But I'll have to go back and make sure though, because Raphael's age is actually quite important for the series, where he sits in his age. It's very important, so I have to make sure that it's accurate. Again, I'm still going to have to do a lot of plotting and planning out before I can even get into the narratives of the backstories. I'm not going to eat on stream like Hassan. I've talked about it. I feel weird eating in front of people. Part of it is my own baggage of people making comments about my weight. But also I feel like it's rude, especially, you know, if there's people who, because my audience, a lot of the people in my audience are drawn to me because they're in similar situations of me. And if there's somebody who's having to skip a meal today because they can't afford it, I don't want to be eating in front of them. But you eat poultry, fish, and alligator once. I've tried alligator. Yeah, I once went to somebody's birthday party, and part of his birthday party was he was having different types of meat for us to just try out, and I was super curious about it. And it was moose, caribou, and alligator. And I thought, wow, alligator tastes like, what was it? It tastes like chicken, but had the texture of fish, was my impression of alligator. And moose meat to me tasted like, you know, just a type of ground beef. But when it came to the caribou, it's like, it tastes like caribou. you can't really say it tastes like something else because it had its own very unique flavor to it. And so it's like it's not like this or it's not like that. It's just it's caribou. That is the flavor of caribou. Like you can't really compare it to anything else. But even though I like exploring eating different meats, I have limits. There are certain animals that I would just never touch when it comes to eating their meat. Cats being one of them. Dolphins. That's why I can't eat canned tuna, actually. Or canned fish, is because when I was a kid, they would show videos in school of them getting caught in fisher nets and stuff like that, and how some of them are actually in some of the cans of tuna because they got swept up in the nets, and just like the horrific treatment of them. And like since then, I haven't been able to eat canned fish, like tuna and stuff. Jet, grow that lab meat, damn it, and make it safe and affordable. Yes. I would be all over lab-grown meat in a heartbeat. If that became a possibility, I would never eat other meat again. The Wild West, I've been vegan for 9 years. Bo said, I need to read Sandy's book. Yes. The Wild West. I wanted the TV show of Sandy's book. It would be so aesthetic. I would love to make this into a TV series. And don't worry, I know that autocorrect is a real problem with my name. The amount of times I've been tagged on Twitter because somebody was typing in Sandeep. Yeah. I'm like, why am I on this Twitter thread with a whole bunch of people from Pakistan? Because Sandeep is a very popular name. And sometimes I think it would just autofill my name. Like they didn't finish typing, they didn't go through enough or something. One of the worst autocorrects I always get, because again, I'm a horrible speller, is instead of restaurant, it will autocorrect to restraints, which can be kind of funny when you start talking about it in the terms of restaurants. So what kind of restraints are you into tonight? You know what? I would really love some Italian restraints. Because I can't off the top of my head spell restaurant. But the autocorrect will, I guess, the way that I spell it is closer to restraints than restaurant. So I have to be careful when I hit the automatic autocorrect. And it took me a while to realize that the choice I was picking for certain was always wrong, because I can't spell certain either. Dyslexia is such a pain in the ass sometimes. And so back with like Word and all that sort of stuff, I would just pick the top thing that it would suggest all the time. And it wasn't until these spell checks got more sophisticated, when it started saying things like, I think you mean this word, that I realized that I wasn't picking certain, I was picking cretin every time. And so, there's decades of documents of me without the word certain in it, but the word cretin is there all over the place. Anyway. Rachel Atwood, that was a big issue at the WTO. The U.S. sued Mexico about not having dolphin-safe tuna, but Mexico countersued by pointing out that many other countries don't use dolphin-safe tuna catching. No, I saw the videos of that when I was a kid, and probably very impressionable, and I couldn't eat tuna after that. Bo Zed, Tim Burton cartoon of Sandy's book. I would like it to be some sort of animation so that I can be Minuet. Because I can't pass myself off as being Minuet. It's not explicitly stated in the book, but she's shorter than me. Blonde hair, white streak. You know, they're at peak health. I'm not. So I'd have to lose a lot of weight. And then also, at a certain point, they stop aging. So it's hard to do a series that might last like 8 seasons or something like that. But if it's some sort of animation, totally doable. Flow snake, I cooked and ate octopus when I was young before I realized what amazing animals they were. Couldn't do it now. I've never been a fan of crustaceans and squids, but something that absolutely set me off about the thought of ever eating an octopus is that in some places they eat them live. I cannot handle that at all. Anything being eaten alive, that's no. Like for me, the worst fear I have of dying is dying by being eaten alive. It's one of those things, like some people, it's like it might be drowning or falling from a height or burning alive. But for me, it's like I would take all of those over being eaten alive. And so when it's done to animals too, I cannot handle it. And I don't even want to describe what they would do to these creatures before putting them in their mouths. And I'm just like, no, can't. So, like, fun fact, the reason fake meat tastes better today than it did original is because of the Dippin' Dots. They actually make more money in the fake meat industry than the ice cream industry. Huh. Flow snake, yeah, Autocrat tried to make you Sandeep when I tried earlier, Sandy. And it is my actual name, Sandy, with the E's. And once that person say, so is that short for Cassandra? I'm like, no, my name is Sandy. So it's short for Cassandra. No, my name is Sandy. But you mean it's short for Cassandra. Now, what's on your birth certificate? I actually got that once. What's on my birth certificate? None of your goddamn fucking business. I'm telling you my name, so take it. I don't know which one is my longest live stream. I think it was the Halloween one. Yeah. Rachel Atwood, usually they say the camera adds 10 pounds. You look slim from this camera angle. That might have been the case with old network cameras. But these cameras, they make you look slimmer than what you actually are. And if you do the lighting and makeup right, they can make you look a hell of a lot younger than what you actually are. This is why I don't like standing up in front of the camera because it's a little bit more. I'm also very fortunate that when I did lose some weight, it didn't show in my face too much. Like I didn't get the droopiness or anything. But no, I'm very much overweight. And not in the Instagram way, as they say. Because I used to be a lot bigger. And then I lost the weight. So there's a lot of, like, that's the thing. What's under my clothes is not attractive to anyone. Because it's just a big old saggy mess. And that's the thing. If I ever won enough money in the lottery or if my book takes off, the first big expense I'm doing is a whole bunch of surgeries to, you know, tighten up all this loose hanging stuff. Anyway, I think that's I'm there we go. Yeah, see my artwork. Yeah, all these lovely things. Also, don't forget you can now become a member of the channel. I posted a video about it. Please go check it out. I would like for it to get over 100 views. Just explaining what you get as a member of my channel. And that's just, you know, the knowledge that you're helping to build a platform where everyone is included. Yeah, you know the routine with the rest of the stuff. I'm still trying to build up my other social medias. So over here, because I started with SandeeLovas and then I got the Left of the Box tags for Blue Sky and Twitter. At least with Instagram, I got both at the same time when I started building those platforms, so I was able to separate it properly. Because on Instagram, you can find me as SandeeLovas, go down here, and that's for my artwork and cats. And then Left of the Box on Instagram is for, you know, this type of content. But when I started Twitter, Left of the Box was not actually available. So I went with my name. And then I checked at one point and it's like, oh, Left of the Box is available. And then on Blue Sky, since I was one of the first people on there, I started with my name because to keep consistent with Twitter, but then I decided I should also get Left of the Box. But since I got the Left of the Box tags a lot later, they're nowhere near as built up as my SandeeLovas accounts. And so I would love to get to a point where I'm just plugging on Left of the Box this content and making note, like anything I message or tweet out about this content is on those channels. Whereas then I can focus more on like my artwork and other things, writing on the SandeeLovas accounts and make that more personable to me. In the grand scheme of things, that is something I would love to do. But yeah, also any help with ongoing vet bills for Frodo, greatly appreciated. You can do that through the PayPal link in the description box below or through an e-transfer if you're Canadian, because we have that luxury here. Thank you to the mods. Thank you for everyone watching. Thank you for everyone who's already signed up to be a patron, a member, have bought things off my Amazon wish list to help me out. All of it really has helped me get to this point. I literally could not be here without all the wonderful support I've gotten from this community. All this lovely lighting you're seeing me in right now is because of people buying things off my Amazon wishlist. This mic, that second monitor, it's people buying things off my Amazon wishlist, which really helped to build up my studio, my artwork, just even little treats for me to make me smile. All of it. All of it. So I might be having a live stream Wednesday night with Blueprints of Disruption. If not, my next live stream will most likely be Sunday evening, maybe, because I have something earlier in the day, so it depends if I'm all pooped out from that. So, with all of that said, Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.